So last session, which just went straight to YouTube, you folks faced off against Faith Speaker Margulis um, and tried to stop the commune's ritual, which seemed to be sacrificing Tiberius and Elena in order to summon this creature, Virgo Lucis, which ended up happening, but not in the way that Margulis expected. He had to sacrifice his own soul in order to bring that about. And you folks had probably one of the better tuned battles I think we've had for the whole campaign so far, and some actual danger of failure. But pulled through nicely and managed to defeat her. Um, and at the end of the fight, she cursed Levine to no longer be able to rely on their armor and their most damaging skill in that fight. And so Levine has a new clock that currently has no segments in it. But anytime Levine attacks, they have to use Shadow Strike from now on. And that's pretty much where we left off.
Penguin looks to still be having trouble with the foundry, just as a heads up.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
you're all connected, so
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I have trouble with yours, but I don't have trouble with my other friends. I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying I'm confused.
yeah. Now you're sure you're using the actual link and not Malcreo serve? Like the link
No.
that Jazz linked you? Malcreo serve is the old one. Malcreo.
I think you also need to. I think you need to make sure you're not using HTTPS. You need to use HTTP if that's also an issue.
Weird.
Basically, use the non-secure link because it. I noticed I had some issues too when I. Yeah. Okay.
We did it.
Yeah, Dragon sent me a link to that had the correct URL in it, but when I clicked it, it jumped to a message from Edgar. But it was an older message with the wrong link that was like 2 lines above the correct link. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with Discord, but thank you. It was the old link.
Well, you know what? I will delete that one.
I thought he updated my bookmark, but I guess
going with the nuclear option.
Yeah. No.
So
we do have a lot of stuff pinned. Yeah, go ahead.
You folks are still down in the dungeon, where in the very chamber where the ritual was to take place, and that's where we're gonna pick up today's game. What would you folks like to do?
Is there any specific way when Virgo passed? Was there anything special how she died, or did she just fall on the ground like a normal person would?
I think I described it in the previous game. She just kind of began to shine a little bit brighter, and then kind of turned into like those dust particles that you see in a ray of light that you're outside of, and just seemed to fade away.
Okay. So I do remember that now. So, well, I mean, Levine, she's been told she's cursed, and what's her name? Virgo was saying that she relied on one thing too much, and she's absolutely right. This is the burden that Levine's gonna bear, without any true idea of what's going on with that curse. She's just gonna kind of pick up where she left off, take off her helmet, sweat down her face, like, we should clean up in here. And she's gonna.
Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity to try to inspect this place to get more information about the cult. Because, like, we defeated the Faithkeeper, but, like, just cutting off the head doesn't necessarily mean that the cult is gonna fall apart, per se.
At the same time, I think we should make sure to catch up with
Oh yeah, those two.
Actually,
the parents.
yeah, because we also don't know if there's other dangers
point.
nearby. We should actually try to catch up with them and get off this island as soon as we can.
Yeah,
that
that's a
actually
good
makes
point.
sense.
Especially since the father is disturbed.
Yep. All right,
Yeah.
we gotta get going. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Can I?
All right, I
Can I
agree.
check Margulis's pockets for some Zenit? Oh, we already got that, right? The
Yeah, we already
Correct.
got all that stuff.
50
The loot has been
Zenny.
provided.
Okay, I guess I'll. Oh, it's gonna ruin my 69 though. Someone
Oh,
can have
well.
my 50. Oh yeah, I guess.
I'll take it. It'll pay for
Yeah.
the potions. So
Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I think we're just gonna take our stuff and head out as fast as we can to catch up with the parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing else in this room.
What is
not for the moment. I do want to come back to it, but
Yeah,
We
I
could
think
split
maybe
up,
we
I
should come
guess.
back and inspect this place. That's a good point.
just want to make sure that they're not running off to their death.
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree with that too.
Yeah,
So
chase after them is a good idea.
maybe they have more information on it too, since they are part of the ritual. And one of them was very interested in it too. So
Okay.
Mhm.
So from here, you folks pack up and start making your way out, looking for Tiberius and Elena. Then,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
a reminder: there is an image of the dungeon's layout in the what do you call it? My big
Google Doc.
spreadsheet that I use
Oh.
under World Info. Just in case you want to follow along, that's what we're going to have up on the stream as well. So you folks make your way back up the steps and crawl through the fireplace, and still no sign of anyone, and enter the... Actually, go ahead and anyone who wants to make a double insight, or an insight and a willpower check.
Singing my song.
Check.
Okay,
I
what
got
was the check? Sorry.
13.
Insight and willpower.
Okay. Big old 5.
12.
Wait a minute, Cassandra and I have the same inside willpower. What the heck?
I know I
sweating.
rolled really high on my insight for once. I rolled max, and then I rolled kind of low on willpower, or like mid on willpower.
Insight willpower. Ooh, really bad.
Zinnia did a 15.
I think we're just waiting on Blair's roll.
12.
Oh, okay. So I would say any of you who rolled above a 12, you notice on the ground, so far, everybody who's been through this office has been climbing through the fireplace going down into the dungeon, and as you come out, you folks notice some scuff marks on the floor, two pairs of legs that have passed through this way, and they continue to lead out of beyond the curtains of this office.
Okay. So then run past that into the curtains.
So they ran.
This office
Out.
needs to be inspected, though.
So, going through the curtains, you enter what appears to be kind of the worship chamber or chapel section of this ancient hideout, and there at the altar stands Tiberius, who seems to be lost in thought. Elena is currently nowhere to be seen.
Tiberius, where's Elena?
I think she carried on. She needed air. Of course she needed air after everything she'd been through. I came here looking for guidance. I don't know what to do.
Okay, I'm not going to crush his skull, so let's not think about that too much. Let's just approach this calmly.
Yeah. I think
Let's find Astrid's mom.
yeah, we
I'm
should
just go-
definitely
Mm-hmm.
I'm more worried because if he's gonna stay here, we don't need to like question him right now. We need to go find Elena.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you stay here, Tiberius. We're gonna go find your wife and get you guys
No
home safe.
sacrificing. No sacrificing when we're gone. Got it, Tiberius?
Don't give him ideas.
Now,
Okay.
listen,
I will come after you in the afterlife if you try anything. I swear to God.
it's probably best that I go back to her. I'm not finding any answers here. I'm certainly not finding calm. And he begins to walk ahead of you and leads you out through a section in the southeast corner, through a room that seems to be filled with bedrolls, connected to the kitchen, and back up and out the steps, where you battled several of the Radiant Devout, lots of the blood stains and bodies of those men still there, and continue up and out, and the evening light hits you and it feels warm. You've been in this deep, dank dungeon for a long time, and you feel the sun's dry warmth on your body and the smell of the sea, and it feels good. It's very relieving to step out of there and to feel like see the whole world again. And looking out onto the beach, you see Tiberius, who has not stopped to share the same type of moment, as he's been out here once already before, walking down towards the beach, where Elena is waiting. And you see him walk up to her, and he doesn't say anything, or at least you don't hear him say anything. And he reaches his hand out to touch her hand, and she just doesn't respond. She doesn't push his hand away, but she doesn't take it either. She seems to just be focused on the sea and the rhythm of the waves. What will you do?
So our boat was damaged, right, when we were coming in? No?
You ran
No.
aground, which you were
Oh.
able to correct with a little bit of help. But your boat is more or less undamaged, still totally seaworthy, but it is moored on the other side of the island. Tiberius and Elena wouldn't have known that without doing some extensive searching.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe should have mentioned that. I wasn't quite sure the directions we were going in.
You're good.
I think I think I'm going to walk up behind the Tiberius and Elena. Actually, maybe before I do that, it's above the table. We should. Cause I'm planning on telling Elena that like Astrid's okay.
Mhm.
I feel like that will help her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna walk up to Elena and Tiberius and tell her that we found her note and we brought Astrid out of the commune, and she's currently at the castle under protection. And if she wants, we can try to get her home as soon as possible. We have a ship on the other side of the island that can take them back to where they need to go.
Sorry, were you addressing
Yeah, sorry.
the
I was
NPCs
addressing
directly?
Elena.
Okay.
Mhm. So yeah, I guess so. Like Elena, Astrid is currently at the castle. We found your note, and as soon as we found that, we got her out and brought her to safety. and then went looking for you guys and found you here. So
Make a double willpower check, please.
okay. Please do a good job. I got an 8.
Okay. You notice that she blinks and kind of turns to you and knows that you're there. Her ears kind of perk up at Astrid, and it's almost like she couldn't quite hear you. And her eyebrows finally begin to furrow, and her face becomes unslack and starts to form expressions again. And you see the realization sink in now that her life is spared, now that she is no longer in mortal danger. The thought of Astrid's safety just kind of snaps her out of this kind of trance-like state. And she said, "What? How do you know Astrid? Where is she? What? Yes, please take me there."
Yeah, of course. And then I think as we walk and make our way to the other side, I remember, like, we'll bring Tiberius along as well if he wants to come. Because we're all gonna go back to the city together, and then maybe we'll come back out here and inspect this place again. Is that the plan, or is someone gonna stay out here?
No, I was thinking, I would go
mean,
back
we have
in
to-
now.
Yeah. We have to decide if we want to leave now or if we want to investigate now and then leave.
Now that they've been secured and we know that they're safe,
Okay.
We could also have somebody wait out here with them, especially if they don't want to come down.
yeah, and I get if they don't want to get back in there, but
Is
Levine
there-
could keep watch out here, that's for sure.
There's got to be like a beach that stretches around the edge of the island. They can like walk the edge of the beach.
yeah, but I still don't trust Tiberius.
Oh no, I'm not saying I'm
entirely.
not sending them off on their own. I'm saying that like they can hang out here while some of us go inside and inspect it.
Yeah.
Right,
that's
so
what I'm thinking.
somebody would have to stay out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can volunteer to stay out. I don't mind.
You have better insight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That,
Dang.
I'm just saying.
You're a
I'm
smart
just saying.
person,
You're
so-
smart, and you should go look at things and inspect them. Just saying.
I mean,
No,
I'm
yeah, that's
smart.
fine.
I feel
Yeah,
like well, I
Zinnia's
will say
smart.
this though. Actually, you know what?
Yeah,
Blair
that's
is Blair is a people person.
That's true
So-
too. You are a people person, so
they might be able to
having
help
you out
console
there
them
with-
better. And
Yeah,
Levine being
because
out
you have
here
those
might
different
just be.
abilities.
And maybe Levine wants to investigate down there too after just being cursed down there. So, I think that still works, right?
Yeah, that sounds completely valid.
Yeah, because I don't know if leaving Levine out here, like, it's a good for security measures, but
Okay then. We'll follow you to the ship. My wife isn't very learned in manning a ship, but I've sailed on a few vessels. I can help you get it ready to go while everyone attends to their business. But please be quick. We would like to get back to our daughter.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have left her in the first place, Tiberius.
Ooh, was that Iceli?
Damn, Edgar.
Yeah, Edgar's a little pissed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree, but Jesus.
Yeah, I'm like, woo.
Tiberius looks at you and says, That's fair. I did. And I did so believing that I was doing a work more important than myself, than my family. I've spent more time on this planet than you. And I think that someday you might come to understand placing your whole belief in something greater than yourself. And if it gets taken away from you like it does me, well, maybe that's the day you'll understand. I'm not saying that I'm right, but I'm
No,
also...
not yet.
Yeah.
We can work together on this, Tiberius.
Yeah.
Levine is thinking back to, you know, America. Like, that's her response. We can work together on this, Tiberius.
I think Levine might be the only one currently sympathetic to Tiberius, because like
Yeah, she's
I
still
get it
grumpy,
to a point.
but
Having faith in something can be quite scary, but like you were gonna let your wife die, my dude, for something she didn't believe in. So yeah.
Are you addressing Tiberius directly with these comments?
I'm gonna specifically phrase this. I'm gonna look at him and say that while it's understandable that you're upset that your faith has been shaken today, your faith is your own, and you tried to force it upon your wife. So I think you should consider those kinds of actions and whether or not a faith that asks that of you is truly worthy to even
You don't
feel
understand.
an emptiness for. Oh,
I don't think
I don't
you
have to understand in order to know that sacrificing someone who doesn't believe in something is wrong.
We would have been dead many times over already without the commune. They saved us.
And that doesn't mean your wife has to die in order for you to feel better about your faith.
It felt like a calling. It felt like I was saving people. Like they saved me. It was the most important thing that I thought I could do with my life. And it wasn't just her life that I was betting mine. I have no...
Yeah, but it's your life to bet. If it was just you in that circle, I would have no issue with what just happened. Because it would be your life, and only you would be affected by it. But you chose to involve your wife. And that's where I take issue.
The faith speaker told me that this was the only way to summon the being of balance, was to have a true believer and a non-believer with a bond that was unbreakable, and to sacrifice their souls to bring them into this world.
And do you think now your bond with your wife is unbreakable? Do you think she feels that way with you?
I used to think so. I'd like to still think so. If that's the only thing that comes from this, it's that bond is more than blessed, it's fated. I could never be without her. It's all or nothing for the two of us. If she'll have me.
Well, that's your guys' business, I suppose. I can't force her to make any choices. I will, however, tell you that we'd like it if you guys would wait on the beach. Give your wife a little bit more time while we go inside and gather some information. So that way we know what we're up against and if we need to do anything else to help people who might be being sacrificed by the commune.
Alright. We'll ready the ship. We won't stand idly by. We want to get back to Astrid as soon as possible. At least we can prepare the ship while you're down there.
should I stay out here with Blair as well, just in case? Or you good, Blair?
I think I'm okay for now. If you want to go with the others.
All right. Let's work together on this, guys.
I will follow those two.
Okay.
Leave them off the
Yeah, let's
ship.
make it quick.
At this moment,
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and kind of divide our session a little bit. And Blair, you go off with Tiberius and Elena to the ship. You have no problems on your way to the ship. And you're able to row back out. And you are more or less keeping an eye out for when the rest of your crew gets back and taking care of your responsibilities in getting the ship ready, what you know how to do. You see that Tiberius is starting to get the sails ready. Everything except pulling up anchor, essentially.
Got it.
Back to our other team. You walk back to the entrance of the ancient haven and the stair steps down. Is there anything you are doing as you go, or anything that you're looking for, or a room that you were specifically going to?
Well, we kind of rushed through the front part, but it looked pretty mundane. So it'd probably be more going back into the either searching the office,
Mm-hmm.
or the ritual room.
Yep.
Maybe working backwards from there to try and
Yeah.
figure out maybe even more on this Virgo Lucius and what the exact, I guess, what they've been doing here, even stuff, any signs of that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Were there any decorations on the wall, like paintings or tapestries?
A couple different tapestries and occasionally a rug, type kind of thing with the symbol of the commune of radiance on it, but nothing else. It appears that when the commune took over this location, they removed anything from the previous occupants, if there was anything there previously. You do get the sense that many of the bedrolls and tables and many of the items down here, there's kind of this clear discrepancy between what's been down here for a long time, which seems to be darker, more time-worn and weathered wood and stone, with the things that are newer, which tend to be tapestries, a little bit of iron utensils, and so on, spread throughout, and especially the altar spaces. Altar spaces seem to be more highly decorated. It seems to be where they focused a lot of their time and effort. But you folks make your way back to Margulis's office. Let's go ahead and have you folks make, for those of you who are participating, make a group, let's say, double insight check if you are searching for anything in particular.
Who wants to lead that?
Levine.
Yeah, looking towards the little kid.
You're looking at Zinnia. Hey, Zinnia, you're good at finding stuff, right?
Zinnia's already focusing on those tapestries. I think she's a good fit.
That's true.
I was curious if there were any
Zinnia,
imagery.
initiative. I think Cassandra's specifically going to be rifling, because are we in the altar room still, or the office?
I put you folks in the office, but we can go down to the altar room just as
Okay,
easily.
Oh yeah, no, the office is fine, because I think Cassandra's going to be rifling through his desk and trying to, maybe see if there's any secret drawer button, kind of like any kind of hidden drawer triggers or something like that. False bottoms.
Okay.
So apparently I have to initiate a bond with this or something? Am I doing
No.
that right?
No, you shouldn't need to.
Okay, I might be clicking on the wrong.
Yeah, okay, support. Yeah, you can say no bond.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm silly. All right.
I think, oh, actually, sorry. I think it's because if you have a bond for Zinnia, you can apply it.
I just added. I got a failure. Dang. Wait, no. Yeah, I did do that right.
Okay.
You have one success.
So go ahead and finish that group check.
That means it's a +1. Yeah.
Hey,
Nice.
success.
You rolled
Wow,
a 1 and a
Good job,
9.
everyone.
Depends on what the actual
Oh, that's fair.
number was.
So, what you find on the way back to the office is mostly, based on that roll, mostly pretty mundane stuff. You do find some provisions that you can salvage that, would help you on a longer journey. Very, very basic stuff. It seems that these are your very stereotypical fundamentalist devout folks where they don't keep a whole lot of extras there, and anything that is worth any value has essentially, belongs to the commune and has those logos emblazoned on it. You rifle specifically through the office located adjacent to the cathedral, and you get the impression that Margulis frequently worked out of this office and spent a lot of time in this chair. You find several different pieces of logistical information related to the commune, such as recruitment numbers and finances for the commune, as well as daily jobs and a report on the sick, and many different pieces of information that a leader might concern themselves with. But you don't really find any hidden compartments in the desk. The books on the shelves don't seem to be special in any way. They seem to be studies on philosophy and faith for the most part, but also some in economy and the like as well. It seems that Margulis was a pretty well-read person in trying to develop this commune, at least its outward persona as a place to welcome the weary and the refugees coming into Denova.
Okay.
Do you think we should bring back some of this information for
Yeah,
the
I think we
Nova?
should
Yeah,
just.
probably
I figured we'll just take all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still
Yeah.
good to have that information, like even if it seems unnecessary,
Might be some
Yes,
ties to
snatch up all
Alonia
that
in there.
stuff.
It is fairly well
Yeah,
organized and
Babylonia.
kept in labeled folders and everything, and you pack it up and take it with you.
You never know. If we give it to the king, maybe more experienced and smarter people can look through it and actually find something that's slightly useful.
Wait, did they mention stuff about Alonia at all, and I missed it, or no?
You
so I want to
don't
make sure I didn't miss something.
you don't find anything in the documents related to Elonia except for the fact that some of the refugees identify as Elonian, but that's pretty much the only way that it shows up in any of these papers or reports.
That makes sense. So.
Okay.
Anything else we should try to look for? I think we should just head out, guys.
Yeah, I guess that's probably fine. Just in the sorry, maybe I missed the description, but in the actual sacrificial room, at least I think that's what that pentagram is. Or...
Yeah, the ritual chamber.
Yeah. So is that like a mirror in the back?
That's a water basin where Margulis was washing his hands. There's also candelabras on either side there, and across from it is some sort of incineration platform with ashes in it.
Right. Just real quick, I'm gonna take a look in the incineration platform to see are there any remnants of maybe human remains, and or I'm just trying to see what was in there.
Okay. Make a double insight check.
Yep. Dang. 9.
You notice that they are slightly warm, but you don't really have enough information to discern what the ash belongs to.
Gotcha.
I will say from where you are standing, you notice that there's another exit to this room.
Yeah. So like it, it's tough not to
Yeah.
metagame when you see it on top, but like.
Oh, I
But if-
wasn't even thinking about that part, but
But if there is another set of doors that we haven't gone through, then I probably want to go through.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
there's like that big black square in the center.
Yep.
Yeah, like on the map, it looks like some sort of meeting room, but
From the sacrificial chamber, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. There we go. You're able to see into this room, and it looks like a massive round table is in this room, with a very big brazier in the middle, as well as a couple pieces of furniture on the opposite side of the room you can't quite identify from where you are at.
oh wait,
Okay,
so
good. Go inside and give it a little look. Follow
Okay.
after Edgar.
Alright, so who all is entering this room?
Me.
Edgar's probably.
I'll be taking the rear, I think.
Cassandra's definitely going in.
Okay, Cassandra, I would
Maybe I'll
like
go
you
in.
to make a double insight check, please.
Okay.
Double
Actually,
insight
let's
all
make it
the way.
insight and willpower. Sorry.
Insight and willpower?
Mm-hmm.
A 14.
Nice.
You
Way to go.
notice when you, just before you enter into this room, you notice that the floor is uneven between the ritual chamber and this meeting room, and
Okay.
there's a board that seems to be raised right about where you're about to place your foot.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop and look down at the board. Does it look raised like it's like a button, or does it look raised like it's like about to be popped loose?
So it appears raised. So if you've ever seen like just a regular old deck made out of 2x4 pieces of lumber or what have you,
Yeah.
there
Like it's kind of like warping upwards.
it's not warping. The
Okay.
whole piece is straight and not warped, but it
Okay.
does seem to be raised about a conspicuous half-inch above the rest of the boards in front of it and behind it.
Okay, so I'm going to like everybody stop. Don't put your feet down any more than you already have.
Hammer
And then
time?
look, there is a weird board right here. I'm not sure if it's a switch or if it like can be pried up. I don't want to actually step on it, but maybe
Okay.
Edgar, you can come over here and we'll get a little look-see together.
Could be a pressure plate of sorts if
Yeah.
it's raised up.
I am a little worried about them having like a trap because it seems like a thing that this place would do.
Okay. So is Edgar taking a closer look at it?
Yeah, I'm gonna like get on the ground
Sure.
as close as I can and just kind of crawl my way there. I don't know if it's gonna shoot arrows at my face, so
Like a
Okay.
liquor.
Go ahead and make
Right
a
on, Edgar.
double insight check to see what you can discern from it now that you're looking at it pretty closely.
all right. Oh my god.
So this is
Oh, no.
definitely
Where's that ring?
this is definitely conspicuous, and You you take a look at it, and you you give it a very tenuous poke, and it does seem to move a little bit too freely. You suspect that something will happen if enough pressure is placed on this, but you don't know what.
Okay. I'm gonna just try to apply pressure next to that board. Like in front and behind, and see if that's okay.
Okay. You do gingerly at first, and then breathe a sigh of relief as nothing seems to happen when you do that.
All right. Like, yeah, I mean, it seems like it feels like it'll trigger something. I don't know what. So
Do you think maybe it'll open another way, like maybe it's like a secret passage thing? Not a trap?
I think if it's meant to be found, it probably wouldn't be on the floor where anybody can accidentally walk over it. Or sorry, I think if it's like an
That's
intended
true.
secret thing, it wouldn't be something that somebody can accidentally hit. So I think it's.
But if it's a trap, would they also leave a trap where anybody could accidentally step on it?
Well, the people who know about it are the ones who are supposed to be in here. That's how
fair.
I make it.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Like, yeah.
While you guys are figuring this out, I'd just like to say, can I prepare my withstand? Just have a might die ready in case something happens and I need to use that.
Sure.
We can always
So I'll just have that ready.
You can always do it willingly and see what happens. That's called science.
Well, see, there's a chair. There's chairs. So, like, if we picked up a chair and then backed up and then threw a chair at this spot, it'll push the button.
But we'd have to go in. Like, the chairs are.
Because we
like
could step over the board, though. Step over the board.
Yeah, so we could just
grab the
forget.
chair.
Yeah, we could just go check out the other room if we can step over. But I think we should just do it one at a time.
Yeah. I'll go in first. I'm gonna step over the board lightly and be really careful and keep my eye on the floor for any more weird boards.
Okay.
The first little bit.
Let's kind of combine these two. Let's call this a dexterity and insight check. The DC on dexterity is very low.
That's fair. Good. I got an 11.
Okay.
Oh, 11's decent.
So you
not bad.
gingerly step over the plate and walk into the room, and you are very carefully looking around for other similar plates or other similar raised boards as you walk into here, and anything else that just kind of looks out of place, right? That's just a little bigger than it should be or has a weird outline. And as you take a walk around the room, you notice that at the back of the room are two large treasure chests that are currently closed. You notice that the brazier in the middle seems to be burning brightly enough to illuminate the whole room. It's pretty big. But you don't see any other conspicuous objects in the room, and you don't trigger anything as you take a walk through it.
There's treasure chests over here. I'm gonna call that back to Edgar and the Zoom.
Well, that could be interesting. Just
And the Zoom. Yeah. But because if you want, I could go look at them by myself.
I mean, if you feel secure there,
I feel fine right now.
Levine's just waiting
Go
to
inspect them
spring.
at least.
yeah.
Alright, I'll go over and
Sweat.
inspect the treasure chests a little bit, see if they don't look odd or like they might also be trapped in some way.
Okay.
Or locked really tight and I might actually need some help from somebody to get it open.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Hey folks, sorry, I need to take a quick break to help my wife with something. So let's see, you're looking over the treasure chests. Let's do a double insight check for you.
Everyone
I
cross
would-
your fingers.
I will go
I
take
got a
the pot back
4.
then.
2 2s.
Nice.
Not
Nice.
a fumble.
With
Um,
a frenzy check, I would have nailed that. BRB.
They look like treasure chests, and they do appear to be locked. So
Okay.
I'll let you folks stew on that for just a minute. I'll be right back. Sorry, doggo needs some medication here.
All good.
Hey, go take care of your puppers. Do you want to come help me open this chest, Edgar?
Yeah. I mean, can you just lift it?
We'll see
Maybe
how
we could just
heavy
bring
they
the whole
are.
thing.
Don't get much. You could be a mimic.
I am so wary of stuff like that. I want to play a campaign where I put a bunch of mimics in it, and then you just don't know when they're gonna pop out at you.
That sounds like fun.
Just all mimics.
Oops, all mimics.
Yeah. As it turns out, your characters mimics.
Oh, that'd be so funny. You could be doppelgangers. Surprise, you're all doppelgangers. You thought
Yeah.
you were somebody, but you weren't.
You didn't even know.
Existential crisis.
It sounds like Inception or something.
It's like reverse amnesia. I gave you memories you didn't even have.
Yeah. Total Recall.
Total Recall is such an interesting.
All the normal mobs are just pinatas filled with healing potions and money. And you're just chased by treasure chests.
That would be funny. Every time you kill a bad guy, they just explode into like a green cloud, but it heals you.
We're like, dang, why are there 3D animations and models so crappy moving? Oh, they're just pinatas. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this game just sucked.
Turns out you're just
Right.
playing Viva Pinata.
Alrighty, that was a quickie. Thank you for waiting. I'm back.
Whoa. I thought you were feeding medicine to your dog.
Yeah, I was.
Well, so it's not a quickie then.
So, what are we doing from here? We got some information on the treasure chest. What are we doing next?
Do the chests? So you said they look like treasure chests, but do they look like heavy ones?
Do they look like heavy ones?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over and try to make does it look like it's like? I'm gonna see if I can lift it. Edgar asked me if I could carry it over.
Okay, go ahead and
Like moment of cowardice.
make a double might check for me, please.
Okay. An 11.
11. Okay.
Dang, not bad.
Let's see. So, I have to investigate what the contents are real quick.
So you can see how it's valid.
Okay, so which one are you trying to lift specifically?
We'll go with the one. So for me, the one on top.
The one on top?
For my visual, yeah.
Okay. You go down and you sort of gently pull it first, and you create a small. You gently pull it first and realize that you can't lift this with just a tiny amount of strength. And you realize that you're using almost all of your strength and are just barely getting a gap on the ground. And nothing else
Dang.
seems to happen. This would be
Seem like
impossible
you
for you
could
to
lift.
carry on your own.
Okay. Can I try to lift the other one?
You certainly can.
just
Get
in case.
Get another
Certainly
one.
try.
I feel like we got the wrong person.
Oh, that one's
over
a
there.
6.
Okay. This one.
Lift with the legs.
Gonna pull my back.
No, lift with the legs.
This one lifts unexpectedly easier than the other
Okay.
one. And it kind of startles you, and you drop it, and you hear ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-ting, ting, ting, ting.
So, like, it
That's
makes
Coming,
it worse.
those
Is it making
sounds
a
coming
whirring
from
noise now?
inside the chest.
And it's whirring now.
It did briefly as it was clattering, and now it's silent again.
Oh, okay. It made a sound, Edgar.
Okay, I'll be right over.
Okay.
Should I
Uh,
help?
Yeah, you could probably help me lift them, maybe.
Just be careful
Okay.
of this plank right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Levine's just been sweating the whole time.
You folks walk in easy enough.
All right.
I guess I can.
We'll try to see if I can pick the lock in the first place. I don't know what kind of
yeah, makes
rules
more
there are in
sense.
place for that, but
Okay.
let's go with the heavy one first.
Does Edgar have anything on his person that would help him lockpick?
I've got several tools.
Okay.
I've got all of my tinkering tools, which, working with clockwork, can imagine would probably be full double duty.
Let's make an insight and dexterity check, please. You've got to figure out what tool for the job and then see if you can apply it in a way that's going to help you with this.
Perfect. I'm hoping my 2 rogue levels come in.
I'm gonna say Cassandra
Man.
definitely has a hairpin. She has like a full little metal thing that she wears in her hair.
Levine has
She
a
definitely
big
has a
sword.
hairpin.
All right, so Dixite, you said?
Yes.
No. Got a 10.
A 10? Okay.
Uh,
So you take a good look at the lock. It seems to be a large, a relatively large standard lock, right? So it has kind of a circle at the top and then sort of a trapezoid base underneath it. You know, what you think of when you think of a keyhole, right?
Yeah.
And you manage to take out some of your tinkering tools. You've got a screwdriver for sure, right? And the screwdriver
Absolutely.
you jam in at the base, and this is what you're going to torque it with. And you try to reach in with a tool meant for some detailed electrical work, and you can kind of find some of the tumblers, but you're not super experienced at this. You can tell that you are starting to make some progress on one tumbler, and then you go to do another one and the first one clicks back down, and you can't quite figure out how to engage this lock with the tools that you have. You know it can be done, you just don't have a good enough understanding of what a lock looks like on the inside in order to be able to finish this.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's too late to depend on a bond for a bonus.
A bond with what or whom?
So I'd think about Professor Harlan and everything he taught me about tinkering, and how the basics of taking things apart and more importantly putting back together. So having a full understanding of everything and just all of the learnings that he's imparted onto me.
Okay.
See if I could.
So bonds add numbers to the dice roll. I think it's traits that let you re-roll the dice. Is that right?
Yep.
So how many bonds do you have with Professor Harlan?
3.
3?
I got all of them. I love that man.
Dang.
That's valid. He is technically like your grandpa, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Okay. I would definitely allow you to do this.
All right. So as I'm like working the lockpick, and definitely have my tongue sticking out, like pointing upwards, as I'm thinking and just thinking back on everything, and I just keep working away. And I'm like, oh wait, no, I'm about to give up, but then I realized, well, actually, no, that now I'm talking about my traits, but still, always have hope. So then I think about Professor Harlan and everything he taught me, and then hope it's enough.
Go ahead and, for the sake of this, roll. I'd like you to roll 2d10 for me, please.
Okay.
Is this a D100 or is this just?
Yeah, it's a
2d10?
D100 that I'm doing here.
Okay, so I can roll a D100.
Yeah.
39.
Okay. So you are fiddling with this for a good while. and you start to, through trial and error, figure out how a lock is essentially built, and you start to get some tumblers staying locked or staying unlocked as you do them, and eventually you apply torque to your screwdriver, and you feel as it begins to free up and turn a little bit that your tool inside, your small delicate tool, snaps, and it is snapped deep in there, and you can no longer apply torque to this. You've unlocked the lock, but you can't quite seem to get it to disengage.
Dang.
What if we hit it really hard now?
Just
You
to
can
loosen it
certainly
up.
try if you would like.
Because I mean, you can open a master lock if you hit it with another master lock. So like,
Yeah.
What if I punch it?
Edgar pulls up his cell phone, starts looking the lockpicking lawyer video, or that McNeely whatever guy.
yeah, yeah, that one's McNeely.
All right, who's hitting it?
Should Levine punch it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna give this thing a. Oh, I have to do a dark strike with it too, don't I? If I should I hit it with the ancient tree limb, maybe.
Maybe it would be blunt at the very least.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna attack it with the ancient tree. I have to roll my. It's like a D. Oh, because it's might, it'd be a D12 also. Roll D12. Okay, that's 7, and then 10 to hit, 16 plus. I think it's 8 damage. All dark.
Oh yeah. Okay.
24 dark damage as I crack this thing on it.
Okay. This particular lock, because you are dealing dark damage, it feels like you are not doing as much, and not hitting this with as much force as you could. Dark energy tends to inflict damage on people in other ways other than physical trauma specifically. It's a portion of it, but you find that this isn't quite as effective as you thought it would be.
And I think for Levine too, she didn't intend to use a dark strike, so she's like looking at her hands and she's trying to she's looking at herself perplexed more than anything right now.
Oh, I don't think that was necessary there, Levine.
That's a bit much. You okay?
Yeah, I just can't get it. Should-
You folks see that Levine seems to have some very deep black and purple marks that seem to be emanating from under her ears going down her neck just a little bit, about an inch or so. Almost, it looks like it could be a tattoo, but you know that Levine doesn't have tattoos, at least not there. Levine, I would like you to add 1 section to your clock, please.
I'm fairly sure she's explicitly said that she walked around in her underwear at one point. So
Yeah, we know that.
fairly
Yeah,
confident where there aren't any tattoos.
technically it was more like patched up long johns, but there was no tattoo there, that is for sure. That part was exposed, so she doesn't even know it's there at the moment.
What's that on your neck there, Levine?
I mean, Levine's trying to look at it, but like, what?
Would I have a mirror? I feel like maybe I would. Pull it out and show you.
Okay, take a look at it, stare at it. Yeah, that's new.
Internalize it.
I'm pretty sure that's new. Yep.
Alright. Well, I mean, I don't want to give up, but part of me also feels like we can't spend the eternity here. So I don't
Yeah.
know if you both can lift it, and I can lift the other one, and then we can worry about that later. But at the same time, who knows what dangers it is.
Nothing happened with the
Unless-
lock when Levine attacked it.
Edgar pulls out a leather jacket out of his bag and puts it on, and kind of pops the collar a little bit, and then goes next to the treasure chest and just bangs it with the top of his on the top of it with his fist and says "Hey!" like the Fonz, and sees if that makes it work.
Make a might and willpower check.
I
believe-
get a
Is
roll
this
out
the
of
thing that you? I thought this was a bit. I did not remember that you had a thing that could do this.
I don't. I'm just doing
Oh,
it.
oh,
I don't
okay.
actually have a leather jacket. It's just
Oh, okay.
it's
Good.
mostly a bit, but I'm glad that I get a 9. Damn it. This
You get a
10
+1 for
the
being
font
cool,
bonus,
though, right?
You
That's
notice,
what for being cool.
and where do you hit it? Where specifically on the chest do you hit it?
Man. My Happy Days knowledge is not great. Probably just right on top.
Okay, directly on the top.
Yeah, like above the lock, because that's what's caught. So.
Okay. Then you notice that there's a clicking noise, and the lock seems to be rattling a little bit when you hit it.
Oh.
Just keep
Keep
beating the crap
doing it.
out
It's
of it.
working.
You just start drumming on it from the top.
Okay.
Is the treasure chest attached to the ground?
Is what
what's that?
attached to the ground?
Is the chest attached to the ground, or can we?
It
slide
is not, but the one you guys are
Very
working on
heavy.
is quite heavy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I was
the problem.
I was considering the possibility there was a button we had to press nearby, but if it's not attached to the ground, probably not.
Yeah, no,
We're
it
trying
didn't
to-
seem to be.
We could try to power
Um,
bomb it together, or I could try to power bomb it too. Or you could keep hitting it either way.
Ooh, hold on a second. Is there something I could maybe do? This way? No.
Did the lock give way at all then? Did it look like when he hit it? Like, did it give
You
any
can't
kind of...
you can't see inside it. All you can hear is a little bit of rattling.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm gonna try to hit the lock too, because I'm getting frustrated. So
Do it.
Okay.
I'm really curious as to what's if it's locked like this, it's because they don't want people to find out what it is.
right,
Go ahead.
is it? What is it to hit it?
For you, again, might and willpower.
Might and willpower. Okay.
Can I put my head to the side of the chest and do an insight check while to listen to the noise?
Sure.
Will I hit it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can hear the rattling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You gotta treat it like an old TV, I
I
guess.
got a 9. No.
This is the magic number today.
Hold on. Can I?
But you got a low willpower, so maybe.
Yeah. Can I? What can? Is it? Doubt. My doubt. Cassandra really wants to find out what's happening with this commune, and she's just questioning a lot of things, and she really wants to know what's inside this chest. Can I invoke my doubt and then re-roll one of my dice?
Yep. At your Fabula point.
Invoke it. Yeah, I will. I almost forgot. Thank you. And then right click, invoke a trait to reroll, like that.
Yep.
Just this one. So now I have a 12.
Hey.
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 You
Hey.
you you bring your spear down on top of the lock, and it kind of deflects off, and you just get so incredibly frustrated that you kind of stab into the lock, and it opens ever so slightly.
Da, 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 da.
We did it.
You open it up and look
Edgar
inside.
gives you the leather jacket. You deserve this more than I do.
And you understand.
Cassandra puts it on. Zinnia got a critical on the insight and willpower.
It sounds like it should be open by now.
Is it a bomb?
Don't forget to take an opportunity for that, because that is
Hey, there
a
you
critical
go.
That's
success.
funny.
Nice.
And you realize why this is so heavy. It is filled with Zenit. I mean, just to the brim. This must be the commune's war chest. There is easily 5,000 Zenit in here. Also in here are a couple different envelopes.
Okay, take the envelopes for
Oh
later.
man. If this doesn't have anything to do with Virgo Lucius, this is a waste of time.
Levine, be quiet. Edgar, come here.
Yes.
Start stuffing your pockets.
Well,
And-
hold-
Can I look at the envelopes though? We'll just look at the envelopes, why not?
look at
Cassandra,
next
do
to
you
Virgo
pass the envelopes over to Levine to look at?
Yeah, don't open them just yet. I want to open them with Blair.
Alright, Levine understands, she just wants to take a like gander up, see if they
Yeah,
she
like
can...
and see who's on the labels and stuff.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
so the
So
amount of time we wasted on the first one, I'm worried about taking time to look at the second one.
The
okay.
other one is light.
Just try to
Wait,
carry it, that one.
Yeah,
I
but
can't carry...
it'd be nice if we could like open it and maybe like half the gold or in there, or the Zenit in there. That way, two lighter chests.
Oh yeah, to carry at the same time. That's fair.
Okay.
I don't know. We should probably try to get this money back to the people.
That's valid. Yeah.
is
Cassandra then
actually a
stares at
thing.
it. And then, it's a good point, Edgar. I was just really excited.
Yeah, it is really heavy, so...
Yeah. I mean, well, we'll see.
We might change our minds.
So,
Okay.
Can-
Let's try to open the other
with
one.
the
I'm gonna. Cause have you tried to even lockpick the other one yet? Or
I haven't. Did we even try to just open it?
just try to punch it open?
Well, no. I mean, like we're not sure. As far as I know, we don't actually know if the second one's locked.
You are correct. You don't currently know.
Oh yeah, I'll try to open the second one. I thought there was like padlocks on it.
Actually, yeah. Sorry. I think Cassandra checked both of them. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. This
Gotcha.
one is also locked.
Okay. I mean, unfortunately, I kind of broke some of my tools.
Wait.
So I'd rather.
should we check Margulis for keys? I'm gonna...
Yeah,
We're
that
gonna
might be
check
wise.
Margulis
I
for
assume they'd
keys.
be in his office if there was key.
Are you
Yeah.
searching for keys?
Yeah, we should probably look for keys.
Yeah, we're gonna go look for some keys.
Okay. I would
Watch out
like
for the board. Cassandra
Yeah.
calls after her as they're leaving.
I would like the
yeah.
four of you to roll a group double insight check, please.
If they're just hanging on the wall, I'm gonna be.
Zinnia, do you wanna?
I can lead.
You can leave.
Yeah, I can
Zinnia, would you like to leave your insight?
Sure. Can I put on the ring for this check?
I thought that was a
Remember-
willpower thing.
It is, but I just like the fact that Zinnia's asking for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
'Cause
true.
it
I
isn't-
thought it was insight. My fault.
That's
It is
okay.
insight. Oh, the ring, y'all. Yeah,
Yeah, the ring is willpower.
Oh, just misremembered.
Yeah,
Never
I
mind.
guess we can have Zinnia roll.
Yeah, and I don't mind if Zinnia has the ring.
Insight.
Don't worry, Zinnia. I'm gonna offer my. Do I have to use a Fabula point to offer a bond of admiration with Zinnia?
I'll have to double check that. For the group checks. I don't.
I can't remember that very well. So
So it feels weird. Like normally you only have to do that before, right? Do you know?
Invoking traits or bonds can be done at any time before or after the dice have been rolled. Do know that essentially what you are rolling for is a +1 to Zinnia's check. So you're welcome to if you would like to spend a Fabula point to do so.
yeah, just wanted to double check that that's what it would be. I kind of figure it's a Fabula point. I'm just gonna.
It sounds to me like it's intentionally designed to be less effective in a group scenario.
Yeah. I almost got a 10. I got a 9.
Okay, the difficulty class for this is like 6.
I failed. I got a 9.
Oh, you all
So never
passed.
mind
Sorry,
For the
the
support.
difficulty class is default 10. It's like 6 for this check.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Zinnia. You have a +3 to your roll.
All right.
It's a
I rolled
9
10.
total.
9 total.
Hanging on the wall, aren't I?
Oh wait, no, wait, what? I read that wrong.
So, you seem to
Where was it?
recall that, well, earlier you folks did check over Margulis and the Radiant Devout's bodies, and you didn't find anything this specific time that you checked them, but you think about it, and you seem to recall someone picking up some keys on your first way through the dungeon.
Oh, I swear to God, if it's Blair. Was it me? That would be worse.
Who picked up keys?
So when you folks were going from the cafeteria section to the chapel section, you had to unlock a
Cassandra.
door. You were on a...
Oh,
Yep.
was that me?
The person who was trying to open the locks who rolled a double 2 on them to see if they were locked.
Mm-hmm.
My bad.
Yeah, so...
Sandra's gonna like pat her pockets and be like, "Oh,
If only we had keys for this.
So,
I just found these keys on this table."
I think
Oh.
there were 5 keys on that ring, and at least one of them didn't work in the doors that you were trying.
All right, can I try to see if Cassandra's lying to us about finding them on the table there?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can roll an insight and willpower check against Cassandra's insight and willpower.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Let's go.
I got a 3.
Maybe she's been part of this all along. Wow, those are some terrible rolls. Okay, you folks
Sandra's a
can't
bad
see this
liar.
in chat, but Edgar rolled an 8, Levine rolled a 3, and Cassandra rolled a 6. So,
It's been a long day. We're all 24 hours awake and exhausted.
so
Oh,
you
man.
have to tell the truth for Edgar, Cassandra, because you lost the contested roll.
All right. Well, I mean, they could still say, like, she could still say that they've been there the whole time, right?
No,
Because
I think
Look-
Cassandra will notice that you know that she's lying and be like, I forgot I had them. Sorry.
my tools, Cassandra.
I'll buy you
Nah,
new
that can't
ones.
be
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So Edgar, you
You'll
begin
trip.
you begin trying the different keys, and sure enough, one of them opens it up, and inside you find you find a dagger laying at the bottom of it. It has a curved blade. It's definitely a small blade, a small curved blade, and there seems to almost the pommel of it seems to almost be shaped like arms, but one is facing kind of upwards and one is facing kind of downwards, with hands almost spread open.
Okay. That's interesting. Huh.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, was there any labels on the envelopes I had? I realized we kind of.
So the
Just out of
envelopes
curiosity.
are extremely plain, and
Nondescript.
they are, yeah, and nondescript. You can tell that there's papers inside of them, but you can't discern anything further based on the exterior of the envelopes.
There may
we'll
be,
wait.
maybe like, yeah.
They do have
it may
wax
be-
seals with the emblem of the Covenant of Radiance on them.
All right. Well, how about we try to divide this gil between the two? Sorry, the zenith between the two chests, and see if we can carry those, and then
Okay. Let's bring
Crack.
this
Would it be
dagger-
possible?
the dagger
for
back to
Levine-
the-
paper. Oh,
Okay.
and we'll bring the dagger as well.
Okay, so you go to pick up the dagger, and as you pick it up, there's almost a trail behind the blade as you pick it up that looks
Oh.
like the knife, like a shadow of the knife, but fully colored, and it hums gently as you pick it up in your hand.
All right. Oh, this is gonna have to be examined closer later.
Levine
Okay.
is used to fighting her shadow, so she gets ready for combat.
Let's see. All right,
I'll
so
wrap it up safe and put it in my pack.
you two, you folks divide up the zenith between the two chests. There are 4 of you down there. So if you all take an end, you can probably do this. Let's make
Poor
a
Zinnia.
yeah, poor Zinnia. So who's carrying which one? I mean, who's paired together? I guess we should say.
This is what's so funny to me, just visually. Cassandra and Levine strike me as very tall characters, and Edgar is sort of like average height, and Zinnia is a child. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
2 hunched over women.
I was gonna,
carrying
yeah, I was
this
gonna say.
chest, and with with someone else who's much shorter, just like we
I'll
got
lift
this.
it over my head.
That's fair, Zinnia. That's
Mathematically,
actually not a bad
mathematically,
idea.
it makes sense to have Levine with Zinnia, but I think actually Cassandra also brings up a good point, or Dragon, where maybe the 2 tall people should take a slightly heavier one, and the 2 smaller, weaker people can take a lighter chest.
You know what? That's true. That's
Yeah,
fair.
instead of pairing up 1 weak and 1 strong. That's a good point, Jason. Actually, that's not what I was saying.
So we do
So
4,000
thank you.
4,000 zenith in one, 1,000 zenith in the dagger in the other one.
This is turning into that Die Hard with a Vengeance bit where they're trying to get 4 gallons into 1 jug at the fountain.
I know that one. I know that one.
Silly.
All right, so you divide up everything as you like. Yeah, how much is in one and how much is in the other?
I'll let Edgar divide it up.
I mean, I look at you. I look at the physiques of the ladies there, purely scientifically, and yeah, it honestly probably 4,000 to 1,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Feels like it would make most sense.
All right.
Like,
So
a fifth of it.
who are
goes
the
into
2
one
carrying the
chest.
heavy
Take 2
one?
trips.
It's Cassandra and Levine are carrying the heavy one.
Okay. So Cassandra and Levine, I want you to make a group dexterity and might check, and your DC for this is going to be, say, 14.
Okay.
And for Zinnia and Edgar, your DC, you're going to do a group check, same thing, dexterity and might. Your DC is going to be 9.
Okay, I can do the dex might. Zinnia, if you
Alright.
want.
I'm gonna lead also, so
You're gonna. Okay, you can lead the check. That's fine.
yeah, I'm the leader for once. Group difficulty check is, you said it was 14? 13.
14
for us.
Yeah, 14 for Levine and Cassandra, 9 for Zinnia and Edgar.
Might be a little
Is the support still 10?
The support is the same value as the overall DC.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, that's it's not gonna.
We
Or
might have to
wait,
switch
no,
it up a
you're
little.
right. The support is 10. Sorry, my
Yeah.
bad.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was rude.
Nice.
succeeded.
Levine
Oh.
got 12. I mean, Cassandra got 12.
Yeah.
That's actually a success. I just
Mhm,
so I guess
that's fine.
I roll now. I got
Oh.
a 10.
Dex my
10
I
plus
mean, I
1.
could try to.
Can you do a Fabula point at all, or no?
Probably could. I could re-roll
I'll
a
do mine
trait.
for,
I mean, do I have a trait that fits with this?
Could you,
Zinnia.
or could you add something to it to get to 14, or do you not have enough for a bond with me?
No, I have not been working on bonds. I realize I should have been doing that more. I'd have to re-roll might and get 4 higher. So
You'd have to
Okay.
get
What's all
3
your
higher
stuff?
for the record, but yes.
oh yeah, 3 higher. My bad. But yeah.
9 is feasible though for me.
Hey.
Okay, so those two got it.
See, I balanced it perfectly.
All right, so what's going on with Levine and Cassandra here?
Could we
Wonder
do a
if we need-
ritual to make the chest?
Can you
lighter or
do anything to
something like that?
reroll?
And actually, let's say while this is happening, okay, Cassandra and Levine are having a little bit of trouble getting started here. Edgar and Zinnia, you're working together. You seem to be working well in tandem, and let's see, you walk over to the exit of the room, and based on your rolls, Edgar, you stumble a little bit, and Zinnia, this stumble causes you to briefly drop the chest, and it stops just short of that conspicuous board. And then you two pick it back up and gently navigate over the top of it. And you are both out of the room looking back in, and see Cassandra and Levine struggling with their chest.
See, no easy, no problem.
Do that. I'll fix the lock in the next one.
Can we do a ritual on the chest and make it lighter or something?
I have one here, I just have
I
to
don't-
dump out some of the money. but
I
that's
have
usually-
Ventus. We could do a wind-based ritual, so it's like levitating from the bottom.
Just throwing Zenit everywhere in a tornado sounds great. Yeah.
See, how quickly can I make create a project that's a dolly that we can just put this on? And...
That's actually not a bad idea. A little
yeah,
dolly,
just
just
put
get
it up.
right on there and then roll it
Oh.
behind us.
I'll get
Hey,
it
there's a
into
loose board
position.
right here. Let's use this.
I'm not taking anything off the table. If you want to try and do that, you could. You have chairs in the room, which are, if you could get it onto wheels, you could essentially make a dolly.
Yeah. What about is there a carpet?
It's all wood down here.
There's the curtains.
Is there
You go
curtains
tear
inside?
those down.
Oh, over there, yeah.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say
you go tear
you
those
have
down and
tapestries
slide it
around
that
the
way.
room as well.
We have
that
to
will
get it over
trigger
that
this
board,
thing.
though. Yeah.
Yeah,
We still
so
have
you
to get it
make
over the
sure
board.
to get on the quote unquote. Like we don't
What
know
if
what
we
the right
just-
side of the board is. We could just try
What
to
if we
press
just
it.
left the money?
I mean, that is also an option, but then the commune may,
Come back and get it before we can, which
Yeah.
we don't want them to have the money.
and we don't know what exactly it's for or from. I'm assuming that information's in the documentation.
Right. Is there any other containers we could put it into to divide up the load?
Oh, so it's like one of us for each.
Yeah.
And then
Oh wait, but then
we
that
did half.
we then we
It's probably
split the
still be
4
just
people
as
around.
hard.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I don't know, like technically as far as I know, we've got hammer space, but it doesn't feel right to just be like, well, dump it all in our bags and call it a day.
No, yeah, that's true.
So
We could put some
Um,
into like a barrel or something. Leave the barrel here. Let them know there's more money there. That
we could
there
roll.
needs to
If
be
it was a
more
barrel,
money.
we could roll it, maybe.
Still have to do the board
Oh
though.
yeah.
But then you got to deal with the
Oh,
board.
we could get a little. Oh, we could. You could help us with because if we had it. No. That will actually totally work because we could use the chair as like a little ramp to get it up over the board. So it like comes up and over and then drops down past the board. Because chairs are at an angle if you rest it a certain way. Like if you rest it the one direction.
Right. So
So we
you'd have to push it like uphill a little bit.
Yeah, push it uphill a little bit and then just get it over that little board. That'd be cool.
making a ramp.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
listen.
We
We're
need a barrel
very
spell though.
we're very dedicated to this chest, Sinus.
I hear you.
I don't know.
That's
I
what.
realize what you've done.
Oh, we're
I
good.
feel so sad right now.
Listen, I see an airship in that chest. Okay, that's what.
Right? So much
Levine
money.
sees past bandits who have tried to stab her in the back for money in that chest.
We could even use like some of these benches as and like leverage. Because that's the thing though too. If we could like lever half of it up a little bit, it might be easier just for us to lift it anyways.
Blair, are you here?
Yeah.
Let's pop to another voice channel real quick. I'll switch over
Okay.
to you, and they can figure out what they want to do.
That's
Okay.
valid.
All
I
right.
got another
Alright.
idea
Good
too.
trips.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. So you're out on the ship, getting things ready with Tiberius, and the other group seems to be taking kind of a strangely long time. It doesn't seem like they've got their hurry up going, and Tiberius comes to you and he says, "Who are you? Why? How did you come upon us? We're not going anywhere until the rest of them get here, I take it. So maybe we can pass the time. That certainly helped me get my mind off things and maybe even come up with new ideas."
Can I do an insight check, like, to see if I feel like he's still kind of trustworthy?
Sure.
Is it just one roll, or do you want to do two?
Insight and willpower, please.
Okay. Well, that was a 15.
15.
Yeah.
He's being sincere. This is a guy who is emotionally raw right now, who has nearly lost his wife, nearly lost his life, and essentially has lost his whole religion. You're not sure he's capable of deception. He is certainly capable of maybe dangerous things, but it does not seem like speechcraft is going to be the way that manifests.
Okay. So when he approaches Blair will probably turn, like, they're still in their disguise because when they arrived at the commune, they didn't want to jeopardize the crown or anything based on the association, but given just how broken this man looks, Blair just sort of feels their expression kind of go to pity, and just says, "Well, I came here on behalf of the crown. I wanted to ensure that the Denova citizens would be okay, and you were among them in our, walls when you were there. Obviously, being at this island is a exception, but it was my intent to see, what was happening with the commune and how it was helping our people, and in what ways there might have been evil afoot."
Well, thank goodness you came when you did. I don't know where we would be. I know exactly where we would be, but gosh, from what I what I heard that creature say, we nearly undid everything. I don't know what to do now. I'm one of the only people, if not the only person, who knows what really happened out here. I don't know what the commune is going to do. What do I even tell people?
Takes a minute to kind of think on it, and then just says, well, you have seen the truth, and if anything, you have more to atone for being misled. And if you truly hold deeply to the faith of helping others, you will tell them and bring something better than what was there before.
I don't know if I can lead, especially I mean, look at the decisions I've made that have led me here. I'm not sure I'm capable of doing better. I was almost complicit in an apocalypse. I don't know.
Again, is very sympathetic to the man and just sort of nods and says, well, we all make mistakes. It's part of our nature to grow and learn. You were led astray, you didn't have the experience, and sure, it might be scary, but sometimes we have to struggle along the way. That's the whole part of having a strong faith, is doing the things that most other people couldn't do. This may be your biggest challenge and your calling for real, to do good for everybody. You still have time to make up for the mistakes you've made, and like, is Elena there? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like break.
She's there. She's kind of off on her own, just kind of looking out at the sea mostly. Still kind of in a trance.
Okay. And Blair would say, you know, if this has taught you anything in the rest of the kingdom, it's that we have to be, what do I want to say here? more grounded in knowing what is the truth, and being sure to preserve what is factual, what is to be. We can't have one person lead us the wrong way, and perhaps, maybe in time, your wife will be able to see and join you in renewing that faith.
I guess
right
when you
now-
put it like that, I don't really have much choice, do I? There is no other path but forward. I don't know. I will do my best. I will put forth what I think is best for the commune and accept its judgment. And if that judgment leads me to be a leader of this flock of people, then I will do it. Or maybe I'll be cast out. I don't really know. I wouldn't even know who to look for to help. Almost the entire leadership was here on this island planning this ritual. I mean, there's a few cardinals that weren't a part of it, but most of them are so elderly that they couldn't really have had much role.
Well, if you feel that it's not feasible to keep the commune together, I think it would be still the right course to give people the choice and how to pursue their own paths. If that is what they decide, then that's their choice. Or if they want to cast you out, again, that's their choice. But leaving them in the dark doesn't seem to be the sign of good radiance with the commune.
Well, one way or another, it seems like it's time for some sort of change. I believe I don't know, in the goodness of what came of this, and if I lead it, that's what I will try to do, is to continue to accept those who need shelter, because right now I feel like I'm the one that needs that again. So I will submit myself to its judgment, and if the faith sees fit to give me another chance to come back, then I will do so. And if it sees fit to cast me out in order to change itself, in order to grow, then I'm willing to accept that too. Thank you. Well,
Tiberius, if I may,
yeah.
what is it that you felt brought the commune together? Was it really the leadership?
Well, I mean, when you're in a room with Margulis, he's got this presence. You feel like you can do, like you have power and worth because you've been given it, because you've been given the chance. And it's difficult to reconcile that with what I thought the original goal was, and what seems to resonate with most people who are just looking for help and looking for a way to return the favor. I'm not able to completely divorce them from each other, but they are two different things now that I think about it.
I think now is your chance to give the commune the leadership it needs, to be their rock. I know, you had been in this position not knowing how the grand scheme would work out. You had hope in that it would be something favorable for all based on what Margulis told you. But you can make that aura about yourself too. You can show people that they don't have to just throw it all away. There isn't need for sacrifices in that regard, but rather to be able to act with humility and accept, the judgment of others in the hardest time of your life.
Well, I guess everything I've done has led up to this moment, and I'll do my best to rise to meet it. I appreciate your insight. I think I could learn a lot. I think there's, well, maybe my first lesson in being a leader came from you leading me. Maybe this is what you were meant to do. And he goes off to stand with his wife for the time being. Let's flip back to the other channel.
Alright.
Central Air.
So, what are we doing?
Okay, so are we just stupid here? Like,
I have 3,000 Zenit. Can I just put some in my pocket and we can be on our way?
can we just split it 4 ways in our pockets and go? Or do you want us to figure out this weight thing?
Because, like, how else am I carrying 3,000 Zenit? Is it like do I have a credit
It's
card?
in the bank.
Is that a thing now?
I mean, if you're willing to take as many trips as it takes, then sure, you can absolutely do that. You can load up the ship.
Yeah, I was we were also kind of thinking we'd take like the 2 curtains of sacks that we'd try to divide the rest of the money in the big chest into and see if that lightens it enough for us to carry.
Because no, Mal and I are asking if we can just divide all of the money up that we found, the 5,000 Zenit, and then we each take 1250
each.
That's fair.
and then we bring it back by splitting it up that way.
Sure, I'd say you can do that.
Just like on our person.
Yeah, all right.
Instead of trying to mess with these chests.
Yeah, 'cause it
we had
sounds,
a few different plans.
It did sound like we're like
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And then we look at our characters, we're like, you know what, in hindsight, split 4
Yeah.
ways.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
You do realize that the chests themselves are not, they're not super light, and by abandoning
Yeah.
them, you
No,
can
yeah.
more or less get most of it out of there and to a place where you can deposit it and maybe withdraw some larger currency rather than carrying around all of this with you.
Right.
Yeah, but that's kind of what we, because we
Yeah.
were like coming up with a bunch of plans, and then Mel was like,
Man,
was
this
like, "Can't
episode
we
is
put
so
this in our
productive.
pockets?" And I was like, I really think
Right
we can.
Yeah,
Alright.
because we're talking about moving into the using those curtains to like,
Yeah,
okay,
to
well,
make
it'll be lighter
stacks.
than the chests and they'll be easier to manage. Like, wait a second, that's just
Anyways, we get back
That's
to the
just
ship.
putting it in our
Blair's dead,
backpack at
and
that
the
point.
ship
I
is
wanted
gone.
you guys so badly to go for the chair ramp idea. I was ready to just bust that chair.
We
and-
did.
We were making a pretty good plan for that.
Yeah,
Oh man! All right.
that's how it started. But yeah, that was a lot of
So
I don't know
you-
if Cyanus
for
or
nothing.
You more or
Levine is
less
more
get
excited about
all
this
of the
whole thing.
Zenith on your person. And is there anything else you're doing on your way out?
Trying to think.
I would like to
in-
look a little bit more for information, anything about Virgo Lucius, because obviously I've been cursed. So Levine is curious about that. I don't know if there's anything else we can find other than
Ooh.
what we found. So
Actually, as we're on our way out and through the office again,
Mhm.
I want to try to find the same wax and seal that they used on those envelopes.
Mhm.
I'm guessing that might be where I can find it.
All right. I have an idea for that, but let me finish up with Levine first. Remind me what
Oh, yeah, sorry.
you're doing first.
what I'm doing?
Yeah. You're
Anything
looking
that
around
might-
for Virgo Lucis stuff. That's right. Unfortunately, you find almost nothing. Whatever power seemed to be used for that ritual seems to be gone from this room. There were etchings and writing and glows to that altar while it was taking place, but it now seems completely dormant. There's not even a shadow of what was there. It looks like an ordinary stone slab with wooden posts coming out of it again.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm pretty sure we've also checked out any literature, paperwork, anything like that.
Yep.
Has
You guys
ties
did a
to it.
pretty thorough
Okay.
check on that already.
That's what I figured, but want to double check. So
All right, so Edgar, you are looking for the wax with the seal. You find wax easily enough. It seems to be a relatively common thing. Make a double insight check for me, if you would, please.
Sure. Oops. I don't know why I was about to do that. Roll check. Oh my god, can't roll worth shit today. 7.
Okay. You can't find anything in particular, any particular signet that would make this particular impression in the wax that you've seen on some of the other documents that you found.
Dang. Might be a signet ring. So, I don't know if you're in the other room, but if you want to check Margulis or whatever for a signet ring or something, it'd be nice if we could, like,
Yeah.
look at these things, look at
Searching
those
for a signet
notes,
ring?
and then reseal it if we need to.
All right. So
Oh, yeah, yeah.
are you folks looking for a signet ring?
But
Mhm.
we should also go, though.
That's the
Okay.
last thing we'll look for, and then we're gonna race after Blair.
Yeah.
All right. For the sake of time, here, I will remind you of a Discord post. One of your,
The willpower ring.
yes, one of your pieces of
The
loot
willpower ring.
is the signet ring of Margulis. which
Okay.
literally has the symbol imprinted on it and could make this same symbol.
Wait,
Okay, okay.
the what ring?
The willpower ring that we got for treasure.
Oh.
Yes.
It's
So
that.
Margulis's
That's our
ring is capable of making that seal.
Yes.
There you
Okay.
go. Perfect.
All right, then we're heading after Blair. Run, run, run.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's literally written the signet ring. Oh my god.
You guys, between the keys and the signet ring, you guys are lighting me
I'm so
up today.
sorry.
I love it.
I
Um,
truly did not remember. I
We've
have
been
to make
awake
note
for
when I
over
pick up
24
stuff.
no, I
hours.
know
Way,
it's
way
it's
better.
been realistically like a month since you found those keys, but yeah.
God, sorry guys. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're good. You're good.
No!
It's hilarious.
I
I
got
love
there.
this.
I got there on my own.
Uh,
GG.
Literally, yeah, it does. It's just...
you folks arrive out to the boat. Pants significantly weighed down with jingling change and coins.
Just huge cargo pants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blair, you row out to get them and realize that you guys have to row back one at a time or you'll capsize the little dinghy, essentially. But you
Yeah.
We
manage...
stole the
basically
cargo
like-
pants from all the dead cultists, by the way, and we're just wearing multiple layers of bigger cargo pants.
Edgar is basically like that gif I posted.
you realize that you can use, lots of the rigging and stuff to easily bring those, bring everything up onto the deck, and you all eventually get there. It is approaching nightfall at this point.
Should we wait?
God,
Because last time we went at night, it was bad.
we are all so lacking on sleep is the thing. Like, we've been awake for over 36 hours at this point.
Yeah, we should sleep on the ship, maybe. And then go.
Yeah. Let's take
We
watch.
should probably...
Take turns taking watch, but also sleep on the ship before we head out
Yeah.
at dawn.
Yeah, we
Uh,
should try to just...
We know that Astrid is safe. She is at the castle, being well taken care of.
Mm.
Can we try to sail in shifts?
Elena
Sail
says,
carefully.
wait, my Astrid is at the castle of Denova? How did she get there? Why
I
is
told you
she
that
there?
earlier. Maybe you don't
That's
remember me
secret.
mentioning this, but when we went to the commune ourselves, they gave us your old house. We found the letter in it where you asked someone to find Astrid and remove her from the commune. So we did that.
Yeah.
And we
And
brought
we're-
her to the castle because that's the safest place for her. She's being taken care of by one of the head maid there.
We're fairly well connected.
We-
and
yeah,
we should
we-
leave it at that.
Yeah,
We're
just know
information is
she's safe
confidential.
and being well cared for and is being fed and
Are you agents of the crown then?
In
That's
a
confidential.
way. In a way.
we were.
confidential.
Yeah, in
Yeah?
a way is a good way to put
Top
it.
secret.
It's we're not necessarily like the crown isn't like
No.
saying we can't do these things.
We're
but
agents of we're agents of a crown.
Yeah, of a crown. Agents of a crown.
She
Like,
I am
says,
crown.
like System of a Down, Agents of a Crown.
Oh my lord.
she says,
Is that the name of our group now? Agents of a Crown?
Levine is actually sitting next with Blair as they keep talking, and she's just kind of like embarrassed because, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Hey, Blair, how's it
technically you
going?
both have crowns.
Yeah, Blair, still sporting that other disguise of theirs, and it's just tipping, like, their hair down over their face. Like,
Yeah.
I am not here.
Well, that's why like Edgar's avoiding, like, if they're asking this, that means you haven't brought it up with them
Correct.
while you were with them, and so he doesn't want to say that. Oh, it's
Right.
because Blair is actually the crown, the heir.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah, above table, Blair only said, I came here on behalf of the crown. Didn't say why or
Yeah,
who
yeah.
I
Yeah.
am.
Yeah, like I say, the crown gave us technical permission to be here, but they were also like, we don't know you're there. Like,
Yes.
yeah, but we
that was
also
the
don't-
vibe I got. So like,
Elena
Levine
says
says-
at this point, I have to get back to my daughter. I don't I don't believe you. We need to set sail tonight. I need to get back to my daughter. Stop
Is it
spouting
possible
this
to take-
nonsense about favors from the crown. She needs her mother.
Do we have anything that the king gave us as evidence of like besides? Can I
No,
like?
we actually we wanted to
Can
be
I
as
walk over?
disconnected at this point as possible when we left.
Oh no. But here's the thing. Okay, here's my question. I am going to discreetly move towards Blair and see if I can't, like, with my eyes, like, I'm gonna hold up my hand and see if I can't communicate with my eyes. Give me your royal seal, like, so I can just show it quick and be like, see, we're agents of the crown. So then it's not connected to you, it's connected to me.
Can I
Yeah.
just before we do anything like that?
Okay,
can
that's
Edgar,
fine.
Can Edgar just go up to this woman and be like, I understand you don't need to trust us, and your daughter does need her mother. But for that to happen, we need to make it there safely. And that's not going to happen at night.
Roll willpower and insight, please.
Is there help
we do
action
this
in
as
this
a-
game?
Yeah, I was
Can
gonna say,
help
could we
him?
do a group check for this? Because
Yeah, this sounds like a group check.
This is just Edgar's persuasion at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
13! There's the rolls.
She does some thinking and comes to the logical conclusion that there's no sense in hurrying at this point, that they've missed their window, and she's not super thrilled with her situation at this point, that maybe it could have been avoided, but there's nothing to be done now, and accepts that you folks are going to have to camp and spend the night.
Yeah. I mean, we're all alive now. That's what counts.
we did hit a coral reef 24 hours ago coming this way, so, and that was at night, so we are best off probably resting until morning.
That's true, yes. That is
Mhm.
part of it.
It's like we're talking with experience here.
Okay.
We thought we could be stealthy and
Levine is still very embarrassed. All the money we lugged on and just saying we're with the royal family, it's like,
All right. You folks head down below decks, get Tiberius and Elena sorted, and you all have. There's enough cabins that each of you can essentially have your own room. Is there any conversations that need to happen, or any things that need to happen before you folks turn in for the day?
Zinnia got disconnected for the moment. I guess Levine is very interested in what's in those letters at the moment. She's thinking about.
oh yes, We're
Yeah,
gonna
now
pull Blair to the
opening
side
them.
and show Blair the letters.
Okay.
We got these out of the treasure chest filled with a bunch of money that I do not feel good about. Anyways, here you go, Blair. Here's some letters that you should probably open. And not me, even though I really want to. Here you go.
Oh, okay.
Levine's
and
holding it to it still very tightly.
How many letters are there?
How many other again?
3?
47.
Um,
Was it 3?
There's
there's
like 2 or something, but
I thought you
there's
said a few.
there's a
but-
couple. I would say there's probably about 5 total envelopes or so.
Okay.
okay.
Alright. Well, let's open this together, I suppose.
Okay.
At the very least, that should be under Blair's discretion. So Levine eventually lets go of the letters.
Okay. Yeah, Blair will open one of the letters.
Come back, Zinnia.
Okay. You open one of the envelopes and take a look inside, and it's neatly tri-folded paper, and you take a look at it and realize you can't read it. This is some sort of coded message.
Oh.
Yeah, Blair's gonna kind of squint and be like, I don't think I can read this. This is something we might have to take to, what's her name? Librarian lady.
Reserve for Ashara. I just looked
Yeah.
up her name a second
I was
ago.
gonna call her
Is it
Azeroth, and I
possible-
was like, that's not her name.
I mean, it's
Possible type-
close-ish,
that's
so.
That's a Warcraft.
Yeah, I know.
Possible Tiberius or somebody else could read this.
Oh.
'Cause I wonder what kind of code it is. Like, does anybody have experience with this? I feel like Tiberius
I
might actually have
assume Tiber-
some.
I
Well,
don't know
think
if
he
it,
would have
is
been
that-
high up enough, right?
yeah.
I mean, he's being used for a ritual, so he might at least have some understanding
but
what was happening. So.
His purpose was
No, yeah,
Yeah.
but I just figured try to gather what kind of code it might be at least, and we don't. Maybe we don't want to show it to him, but
no. That's exactly.
I really don't want to.
I'd rather not involve them anymore.
Yeah, I'd rather take this back to Ajara to
Understandable.
Because at this point, Blair feels that the crown needs to be a little bit involved with what we discovered outside of their level.
understandable.
So Blair will just kind of tuck it back in the envelope and say, we'll just take it back to Ajara to see if they can translate it.
Okay. Anything else happening on this evening?
I mean, we'll probably be resting in shifts, right? Just kind of keep an eye out, but
Yeah.
otherwise, I guess I don't know. Levine is probably going to be trying to keep to herself a bit as she's brooding, so that's her thing for now.
Yeah, Cassandra's gonna spend some time holding on to the compass in her hand before she goes to sleep, I think, and just like wondering about the new changes she's been feeling in it, and all this stuff, and like the different that energy that she's feeling now when she's in battle and why it keeps happening and why it sucked that one Alonian soul into it and hasn't done that to anybody else, but only that
In a filler,
Alonian
though.
soldier and what that means. I mean, it still counts at this point.
Technically canon, yes.
Technically canon because it affected me, but like, so like she's thinking about a lot of that kind of stuff and why it only affects Alonian soldiers and not anybody else. And that kind of
Okay. Anyone else?
Blair does want to talk with the group a little bit before they go to bed.
Yeah.
Just to discuss what happened on the boat. And so Blair will just be like, while you guys were revisiting the island, I spoke with Tiberius at length. He's obviously a very broken man right now. But we also have to take into consideration how this is going to impact all the people that were a part of the commune. And Blair pretty much is, breaking it down to the point that they advised Tiberius to make amends for their errors and said that, this is an opportunity for you to revisit those things that you had done wrong because you were led astray by Margulis. And if anyone should be able to speak to the people of what happened here, it should be you and your wife, to essentially showcase what the commune should stand for instead of what it was.
Yeah,
No, that's good.
that's perfect.
He
Good
made a
job, Blair.
mistake, and all he can do from here is move forward.
Yeah, because, Blair acknowledges that this was a really big oof on his part, but, they're also learning as an heir to the throne what to do, and, with duty, this felt like something that needed to be said to them. Because we can't just keep breaking down people and leaving them broken. They need to be built up too.
Yeah. See, there's a
Levine
reason
gives
why
a
Cassandra admires Blair.
Levine gives a royal knee to that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have anything to contribute or things they want to accomplish before you turn in for them?
I guess Levine is thinking that she might need to talk to her engineer soon about what's going on with her. I guess she might mention that more by morning, as she's kind of thinking the event's over. But yeah.
Sure. We'll cover that in the morning then. Anyone else?
Yep.
Well, I definitely want to take a look at that dagger that we found, and I don't know what if I can work on my Magitech, my part 2 of the Magitech armor. That I'd like to do that, but yeah, I understand it may not be possible.
I would say while you're on watch, you can work on that.
Okay, perfect. So I want to take a look at that dagger because it was very interesting.
Okay. I have posted it in the tabletop section of the Discord. This is a dancing dirk. It's a dex plus insight plus 2 roll. Damage is high roll plus 8 physical.
Dang.
And once per combat round, you can treat your defense as 2 points higher. And that can be done after a roll. So this sort of vibrating, shadowy property to it seems to be something that assists with evasion or quickness.
Hot dang.
Hot dang indeed. Who
Hot
staggers the
dog.
most?
Beating
Uh,
shadows.
Zinnia? Does
I
Zinnia
mean-
not?
Zinnia has used a book, I think.
Actually,
Oh,
I
you're
thought
back.
that was
Zinnia
because
or-
of their class.
Zinnia or Blair, because Blair has like a 6 dex, right?
I was gonna say, yeah, because Blair, I thought, also used a dagger.
I do have a dagger. Yes.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if
But-
Zinnia had any weapons at all, so that's why I was.
I have a book and a crossbow, like
Oh,
any
okay.
12-year-old.
Like, yeah, obviously.
It's a slingshot, probably, right?
Oh, just a straight up crossbow.
But yeah, I think it might depend, because I know Blair has a tendency to stab a little more, but maybe it gives Zinnia a better stabbery.
I didn't want to
You know?
stab. Let me put that into perspective.
Yeah,
I
no,
just had to because I was
Well,
burning
well,
my mana.
And to be fair, you also don't need to stab because the
True.
defense thing is also very important. So
True.
Yeah,
anybody,
that's why I'm wondering.
I mean, Edgar isn't gonna worry about this. So
Yeah, I think it's mostly for Zinnia or Blair at this point.
I say we give it to the child.
Yeah.
The child.
All right,
Child, handle this.
Zinnia, have a
mystically crazy
switchblade.
dagger. Yeah, that one. Switchblade to go with your gun and your book.
if you're interested in it.
You can like delve into the shadows and then come out and then like, oh my god, what is the kitty's name? Zither.
Puss in Boots?
Zither can come out and like leap on their face, and then Zinnia can stab him right there in the thigh.
Jeez.
Very good. Or can be used defensively. Whatever you want to do.
Or use it to cut cake. Who knows?
All right.
Or all
Yeah.
3 of those things.
Dancing cake.
I think we only have one unresolved thing to do for the night, which is Cassandra spending some time with the compass. So if you would like to ask any specific questions, you are welcome to.
I don't think I have. I can't really think of anything specific, honestly. I think mostly it's just Cassandra really just kind of going over the recent events of what's happened and
Oh, I might have a question actually.
trying to
now thinking
maybe
about it.
see if she can feel any, like, because like things have changed about her recently, so maybe she's trying to see if there's like a deeper, like if she has like more of a connection to it somehow, if she can like feel something different about the compass as she holds it. Like, is there anything that's changed about the magic maybe that wasn't like that
Okay.
before, or something like that? And I do think she might ask something about like, is the help I'm receiving the help I'm receiving from this compass a bad thing? Would be like the biggest thing on her mind. Like, is it bad for her that this compass is affecting her in some way?
Okay. So Levine mentioned that they might have a question. Cassandra,
Mhm.
are you sharing
yeah.
this time with anyone else, or are you taking it alone?
I think that I think Cassandra isn't necessarily being like secretive about this. She's like sitting there like with the compass, like wondering. So if anybody comes up to her and like wants to ask things, I 100% think that she's like, yeah, that's fine. Like this isn't a private thing for her right now. It's just more so like what is happening.
Okay. So the answer to your initial question is what the compass doing bad to you? You receive a single vibration from the compass.
And then above the table, I'm trying to remember, was the single vibration yes or no?
That's a yes, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Oh, so it's bad. Okay. All right, that's good.
I'm
Well, that's
not
not good, said
responsible for
Levine.
keeping track of your interpretations. I tell you what it does.
That's fair. I just remember I thought we established that it was like.
I have
vibrating.
tried to neither confirm or deny
Oh.
from the beginning.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. So,
Oh wait, we don't have any idea if any of this is true. All right, but Levine
think
wants
it's
to
'cause
ask a question.
we like determined it by asking it questions that were sort of yes or no, and then went from there. You can ask though. Go ahead.
Levine wants to ask, are any of you familiar with Virgo Lucius?
you get 2 vibrations.
Okay. Whatever Margulis was doing might have been kept secret from a lot of these people.
Yeah, I assume only top people knew. Honestly, I doubt they told sacrifices.
And one of them is, wait.
Oh no!
There was one
Do
who
any
was
of you
still
know
alive.
who the god of balance is? Did you hear of the god of balance?
You get 2 vibration.
There was one person there who was still alive working directly with the one guy who was going to die, my Thorn of Shields. I don't know where he ended up. We need to find that guy. Crap.
I'm trying to
might have
remember.
left
I
him.
think you folks outright killed a couple. So
Yeah, there was one guy who was gonna die attacking me with my while I had my shield, but because he was gonna take 3 damage, but I scared him off. So that guy had like 1 hit point left. So who even knows if he's gonna survive off the island? But
I do. I do
wait.
believe that there were some that you killed in the stairwell, and Cassandra, you would have noticed that those souls entered the compass as well.
Oh, okay. So, has every soul that's died now gone in the compass? Or just those ones?
So definitely those ones, and also the one from the side adventure that we went on with the Elonian soldier.
The ones from the stairwell went into the compass?
Yes.
But not the ones from the ritual room?
Correct.
Interesting. Okay.
Go ahead and, if you would like, just for you, Cassandra, roll a double insight check.
I was smarter. I got 2 4s. I got an 8.
Got an 8. Yeah, you know for sure that those souls specifically did not enter your compass, but you don't know why.
Okay. So, like, because the thing is, those, I know, like, myself as a player, the people on the stairs and the one soldier were more like warriors, whereas we were going up against magic users.
I mean, I guess the other thing you would also remember from your encounter with Margulis and Virgo Lucis that Margulis absorbed what appeared to be a soul from one of the
Oh.
followers.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a thing I was thinking about. That
Mm.
there's a soul absorption going in there, which is why their souls wouldn't be in there, and anybody in there would not be familiar with the compass because.
Oh, okay. So maybe they didn't absorb because they couldn't because Margulis had already keyed it to himself
So now
in
Levine
some way
really
with like
wants.
a prior ritual.
Levine really wants to find that guy who ran away, but no idea if he's even alive or how he got if he got off the island. So.
All right. Well, we. All right. So
I guess that's a problem for
I do
another
think
day.
Cassandra will also sort of share like, so who's all over by me? Is it just Levine? Or did anybody else come over?
You're
Ask
all
questions?
pretty much in a cluster around
Okay.
the same hallway type kind of thing. There's 6 rooms. Tiberius and Elena are sharing a room, and then each of you have your own room. So there's like 3 on one side of this tiny hallway and 3 on the other side.
Okay.
And there's actually tons of cots in there, but with the skeleton crew that you folks have, you can each have your own room.
Okay. So I think after she does stuff with the compass, since everyone's planning on sleeping, she'll hold off to talk about her concerns more until the morning. Or like the next day when they have some more free time. But for right now, she's just going to tuck it away and wait for her turn to watch and go to sleep. Otherwise.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything with the compass? Anything before? We're going to take a little break here then.
Yeah, sounds good. I need to use the restroom, so.
I don't think there's anything, but does anything happen with the clocks when we go to sleep?
That's an excellent question. So the only clock that you folks have, other than Cassandra and Levine's individual clocks, is the Elonian expansion, which has progressed once. I should have done it at the beginning of the session, more like. Yeah, we will call it done now.
Okay.
Okay.
So where's that at? Just out of curiosity.
6 out of 12.
Okay. Okay, so commune grows, don't have to worry about that anymore?
Nope. At least not where you are.
Alright, I'll remove it from my sheet.
What I'd like everybody to do is to make individual insight and willpower rolls, please.
You can wear a ring for this
Insight and
one.
willpower?
Yep. And
Got a solid 8.
this is you folks keeping an eye out during your watch shift.
14.
Good Zinnia.
Zinnia got a 19. Dang.
Freaking
I'm not even gonna
Blair
try.
and Zinnia.
I got a 13.
Insight
Freaking
willpower?
Blair, Zinnia, and Cassandra.
Fucking... I'm working on my stuff.
Somebody sneaks up and Zinnia's just like, "What you doing?"
I mean, I did all right now, actually. I feel pretty okay.
For all of you, your night goes by relatively uneventful. Edgar, you spend most of your time working on your project, so go ahead and mark it down, another day worth of progress. The rest of you don't notice much. I would say Zinnia, you notice at some point in the night, you can swear that you see the silhouette of a ship passing in the night. Relatively far away from your location. It is headed towards Denova. But there are no details that you can make out about it at night, just that it was out there. And everybody wakes up the next morning. What would you like to do?
Levine is gonna do
I
her.
saw a ghost pirate ship sailing towards the kingdom. Just FYI.
Yeah, it's probably more important.
Oh, really?
Ghost ship.
Ghost ship? What?
What if it was that guy? Guy who was about to die. Cultist.
Oh.
Where
Well,
was
like
it
he was
heading?
making it home? I feel like we would have seen
Zinnia.
a ship leaving.
Zinnia, where was the boat heading?
Back towards the Nova.
We need to get to Denova and
And
ask that guy everything.
Was it leaving? Like, was it leaving the island, or was it just?
Zinnia couldn't really tell. I don't. You wouldn't think so, based on how
Okay.
far it was from your location. It seems unlikely that it left this island specifically, just that it passed through the bay going towards Denova.
Traveling at night is still weird. So
Yeah, who does that?
People
Yeah,
who are
weird.
being shady, that's who.
yeah, people who don't want to be found,
Losers.
for better or for worse.
Or rat.
Or ghosts.
I think Levine wanted to cover something in the morning. Is that right?
Yeah, I think. Actually, I guess it would mostly just be talk to. Yeah, I think Levina's gonna say I need to talk to Preserver Ashura because I think something's wrong, and we might need to talk to my smith. And I think Levina's actually gonna try to practice. She's gonna say because, and she's gonna back up. She's gonna try to practice her shadow boxing, we kind of do for exercise and training in the morning. And I imagine doing that, she might engage a dark strike, right?
Would she normally engage with a shadow strike in those exercises?
She would normally engage with a regular attack once in a while doing some jabs, like a regular brawling attack.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be something like, yeah, she would. Well, here, I'll roll then. Roll d10. Yeah, she takes 4 damage for doing like an unarmed strike at the air.
Okay.
So like it kind of just bursts out of nowhere, and she's, yeah.
So you notice that this energy seems to be spilling out from within you. This particular one doesn't cause your clock to advance at all, but you do notice that you are unable to control it.
Yeah, so like, I figure like tying that intent to attack would like to do harm, which is kind of how the shadow boxing goes for her. It's like, okay, she's gonna have to be careful about that. So she just shows it off, like I don't have any control over that right now.
Okay, well, we can definitely talk to Preserver Ashara when we get back to the castle.
I'm going to make breakfast.
Seems pretty necessary. I was planning on talking to her anyways, so.
Okay. Anything
Yeah.
else for the morning?
Oh.
Is Tiberius and Elena awake? Like, are they normal?
Did they sleep?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should probably check on them too. Well, Blair maybe. Blair's probably the best talker here, but
Make Blair deal with all the strangers.
Yeah, I
I'll
guess
help. Levine will help.
anyone who wants to make a double insight check.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay. Gotta find my D10 here.
I got a solid 6.
11.
What'd you get? Sorry, Blair.
11?
Okay. Both of you notice the door to their cabin slightly ajar. Levine, you don't really have any luck peeking in there in the morning light. Blair, you get a little bit better of a look. They seem to be sleeping on separate cots, and it looks like Tiberius's arm is outstretched toward Elena's cot, and she looks like she's sleeping like the dead type kind of thing. You gather that they might have had a long night, or had trouble sleeping. It's hard to say. but they're definitely sleeping now, soundly.
Okay. Then I would just make sure their blankets are on, and then I walk away.
Okay.
I also might want to make a breakfast for everyone, including Tiberius and something
Okay, what
quick to
kind
fry
of
up.
breakfast, Levine?
Just some, get some grits in there. We'll get some. Maybe we'll do some toast and grits.
There's nothing weird. There's no like bamboo and things or anything.
If we got bamboo, I will fry up some bamboo right now.
Oh,
We're gonna-
jeez.
You got any bamboo? We're frying that. Is there any cabbage?
Also,
Gotta
I
have a veggie.
want to iterate that toast and grits are like just carbs on carbs.
You're right. We do need bamboo. Good point, Cassandra. Gotta add some.
It's not what I
fiber.
meant, but okay.
So you all
Yeah, it's
enjoy
all-
a very starchy breakfast.
Exactly. Bamboo, toast, and grits,
Well, there goes my ketosis.
and a gallon of water.
Yeah. Where are you folks headed, or what are you doing?
Denova, I think we gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to Nova for sure.
Okay. I need someone to make a travel roll from the Ancient Haven back to Denova for your journey.
I think our captain should do it, right?
Don't we
Yeah,
have
I'll
somebody
do
who's got bonuses for travel rolls?
Wait.
Yeah, you
Oh,
Oh.
doesn't Zinnia have
travel
bonuses?
side by one side.
Oh.
I mean, I guess we could.
Put
do
Zinnia
that.
up in the crow's nest,
Yeah.
and I'll steer the ship.
We call it the cat's nest here.
Yes.
Fair.
The
My
cat's
bad, Zinnia.
perch.
Like,
The cat's perch.
meow.
I mean, I guess if the
Why?
game
call it,
master
like,
will
clean
allow
laundry
us,
basket.
we'll do Zinnia, right?
Or it's like just a giant cat tree.
I don't need to roll it though. I don't think.
Oh, you just you being around lowers the die?
I think so.
Oh, sweet.
So
okay.
the travel for this would normally be a D10 in a bay.
Okay.
So if you have one that makes it a die size smaller, we need to roll a D8.
Okay.
Okay. So then, what do I roll?
A D8.
Just a D8? Okay. I just wasn't sure if I was like rolling a D8 as. Does it roll?
Why is this child so smart? Smarter
It's
than all of
slash
us.
roll, right? Slash roll. And then 1d8. A 3.
Okay. You sail back to Denova. You have no issues, no unforeseen encounters of any kind. You arrive in the port, dock exactly where you found the ship, moored up, and you have the run of Denova. It is probably pushing late afternoon or so.
Okay. Probably take Elena back to Astrid first and foremost.
Yep, Tiberius as well. I think we should all go. We need to probably try to keep this as subtle as possible.
Yeah.
But we should probably head there as quick as we can.
Okay. Are you trying to head there quickly, or are you trying to head there quietly, or just normal?
Quietly but straight, I think. Just straight there, if that makes
Quickly,
sense.
as in like straight there, but like going in like a. Try not to take too much attention to ourselves.
Okay. I'd like to do a group stealth check, which is dexterity and insight.
People might be looking for us. Who should we have do that?
I've been the one leading the stealthinesses.
That probably makes sense, yeah.
Here's our guy.
I want to get good at stealth, man.
I don't know what the way I've been rolling. Do we have a DC on this or?
D10. Or difficulty class
10?
of 10.
Okay.
Nice.
I failed. I'm sorry.
Right on.
2 more?
I believe in Zinnia and Blair actually being good at this.
I rolled an 8.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's up to you,
Does Zinnia get a bonus because of her dagger? Or who got that dagger?
Yeah, I
No,
think
they
it's
do
a
not.
child.
Oh,
Oh.
terrible.
Tiberius rolled a failure and Elena rolled a fumble.
Oh
Well,
no!
Edgar got an 11, so
I'm
the
carrying.
only success.
It was the one that matters, really.
Okay. So you folks start making your way towards the castle on pretty much the most direct route, trying to avoid any particular gazes. And along the way, you do stumble into one of the peacekeepers of the city who stops you to take a look, but you manage to convince him that you all are in a hurry and have bear no ill intentions of any kind, and he pretty much waves you on by, and but otherwise relatively uneventful. You arrive back at the castle of Denova.
Hooray.
I guess Blair should help lead us in on this one, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question is, do we want to see Azara first to get the letters translated and anything else before reporting to maybe the king?
Yeah, then maybe getting the... Oh, what is the maid's name?
Do we want to do
It was
the...
Larice. Getting Larice.
And we need to get the child too.
Yeah,
And bring
I feel like
Astrid.
Yeah, we should.
reuniting them is probably the priority.
Yeah, we should talk to
Yeah.
Luis first, anyways, and just mention we do also need to talk to Ashara about a few things. And
Yeah.
Alright, so reuniting family, go.
Okay. That's fairly
Sorry,
easy.
That's so funny.
That's fairly easy because when you arrive,
Right,
Larice is
sandwich.
there to receive you. Astrid is playing nearby and takes notice and yells out, "Mommy, Daddy!" and runs up to them, and they share an embrace, and the tears begin to stream down all of their faces. They're finally reunited, and they are
It
just,
feels so good.
breaking down, kind of right there in the entryway, and Larice kind of scoots by and manages to get the door closed, and she reaches out and touches Blair on the shoulder and kind of gives you 2 pats and a small knowing nod, like, "Hey, you did honest good. I'm proud of you," and conveys all of that with body language and not saying anything else. And she returns to the rest of you and says, "I know that you have been journeying long, but I expect that you have other business of some kind that I might be able to help with."
Yeah. And Blair's gonna pull out the letters and just say, I need to get these translated by Azara. I could not make out what they say unless you're able to.
It says, "Go right on ahead, and you are free to move freely throughout the castle."
Alright.
should we deliver the other paperwork about the? I guess it's just a lot of like.
Oh
funds
yeah,
and
yeah.
Transactions too.
That's true. I'm gonna pull out that paperwork and hand it to Larice, and I don't know who we should give this to, but this is when we went to go rescue Tiberius and Elena from the ritual.
We should also find someone who, like, is this stuff we report directly to the king? That
But like, do you know who I could give this information to? It's information about the commune, their like how many members they had, their finances, stuff like that. If
Clarice
it's relevant.
says, well, there is a spy network in Denova there, and an intelligence division. Certainly that they would be able to give it a crack.
Okay. Well,
She asked, would you like me to deliver it to them?
Oh yeah, that would be very helpful. And I'm gonna hand her the paperwork that I have. That's just like the different like stats and stuff that you were talking about earlier.
Okay. She looks at it, she takes it, and rolls it up gently and says, anything else?
Is there any point that the king will be available to speak to as well? Do you know how his day is looking?
Larice says, I'm sure we could squeeze you in within the hour at some point.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's anything else you wish to do within the castle, you can tend to that first, and I will come and find you when the king is ready.
Alright, sounds good.
Yoda Ashara.
Okay.
Alright.
You folks go up to Ashara's office, and she greets you the same way that she always does, without actually really looking up at any of you, but you get the impression
Right on.
she knows that you're there.
That's Levine's favorite. No eye contact. I will let Blair go first with this though.
Yeah, so when we get there, Blair's just gonna pull out the letters and say, we got some letters that I'm not able to translate. Are you available to take a look at these?
She says, curious. Where did you find these?
On the Ancient Haven?
Whatever were
Somewhere
you
east-
doing at the... You know what?
Close.
Never mind. Ugh, anything
Ignorance
that
is
might
bliss.
give me some context as to what I'm looking at here?
We
Virgo
were
Lucius?
we were pursuing some leads of the commune that led to the Ancient Haven. I am presuming it has some sort of correspondence to do with that.
We may or may not have been to the island. These letters may have. We know they were there though, but
So,
wink.
her...
We point to the seal on there that has the Commune of Radiance's symbol on there, right?
She says, very interesting. And that name that you mentioned, she's gesturing at Levine. What did you say?
Virgo Lucius.
I've heard that name before. And you've actually now piqued her curiosity. Her eyes have narrowed a little bit, and she stands up from her desk, and all of the bookcases begin moving, as you have seen before, seemingly unfolding out from beyond your vision in a part of the room that you can't see. And it's all of them at once, though, until finally it stops, and Preserver Ashara walks over and plucks a very old, weathered leather tome out from the bookshelf, and she kind of gives it a and flips through some of the pages and says, Virgo Lucius. I've not heard that name in a long time. It seems that this is what's known as an arcanum, and it's a type of creature that can be summoned. Are any of you familiar with arcanist magic? Well,
No.
No, but tell me more. He opens his book and then starts taking notes.
suffice it to say, arcanists are able to manifest creatures from beyond this specific plane. Now, where they come from is different depending on what arcanum you are calling, but Virgo Lucis appears to be an arcanum of sorts, a type of being that could be summoned from a celestial plane, and has never been known to visit this particular plane. Though some scholars have spent some amount of time trying to discover the method for summoning her to our realm, but none had since been successful.
Successful last night.
Interesting.
That's
Most
what Cassandra's
interesting.
gonna throw in because she's a little.
And
What-
how was she summoned? This is very interesting indeed. This needs to be recorded.
So, from what we
ritual.
can tell, the Commune of Radiance was sacrificing a bunch of souls until they got enough souls in order to bring her to this world, and the final ritual to summon her was supposed to be with Elena and Tiberius by using someone who was full of faith and someone who was not faithful at all. So that would strike a balance of some kind. And then we rescued them from actually being sacrificed. So instead, Faithkeeper Margulis, the leader of the commune, sacrificed himself.
Most interesting. She's writing furiously as you're recanting this.
And I'm saying this out loud, I'm realizing that Faithkeeper Margulis is a freaking liar, because why did it still work when he was the only one that was sacrificed then?
He had
If he
extra
needed
souls
two
in him.
people.
He had
I
extra
don't-
souls in him, I think, as part of it, so he had a
That might be
abundance
part of it,
power.
but it was supposedly supposed to be one person who was
He might have
faithful
multiple
and one
people in
person
him.
who wasn't. So I don't believe him.
Probably had
in his
more than enough
ritual.
power.
I'm just
Like the only reason he didn't do it is because he would have died, but that's why
Yeah.
he did it. It's
Ashara,
well, I'm already dead.
Ashara says, most interesting. A shame that we can't question him and find out the exact details. It's possible he was lying, but I suppose it's also possible that, based on the way that your altercation took place, that Margulis was a man of great faith right up until the moment of his defeat, and in an act of desperation, at once he was able to embody faithful and faithless at once. But faith it's such a fickle and unpredictable and unscientific thing. Magic is, when you start mixing emotions with magic, everything runs amok very quickly.
that sounds correct.
What would be the consequences of killing this Virgo Lucius? What kind of entity might they even be?
Well, it's believed that it's an arcanum. Most arcana are able to be resummoned in one way or another. Generally, they are bound to an individual. Now, this particular one is thought to be very powerful and potentially could exist without being bound to another mortal. I very much doubt that she is gone for good, but it could be a very long time before someone summons her successfully again, if these are the requirements to summon her. I would go so far as to call this soul magic, based on the way that you described it. Some perversion of arcanism using soul magic that allowed them to cross this threshold it kind of fits, right? You have the summon arcanum rather, and a convergence of a cost of souls, which tends to be the hallmark of dangerous soul magic. Most
Do you have-
arcana are not summoned in this way.
Do you happen to have any books on Arcana for anybody who might be very interested in this topic and starting fresh?
Certainly, dozens, but I think maybe a beginner's tome would be best. Maybe a broad overview, and she pulls a well-worn but a well-worn book with no dust on it, something that's clearly been read and flipped through many times, and hands it to you.
Thank you. And Levine has just been sweating just so much the more this talk has been going on. Like, wonder if she's just gonna explode. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna tell her how you got cursed, Levine?
Oh yeah, I got cursed by Virgo Lucius because I killed her. I made her very angry, apparently.
She looks you over and notices the tattoos and says, "Very interesting. This curse seems to have been left by a being summoned by soul magic. This could be very dangerous indeed. Can you tell me how it manifests, what it does?"
Levine's just gonna punch at the air. Let me roll d10. She takes 4 damage. I can't control that right now, is what Levine says. The intent to injure people seems to be causing that.
And has it ever done this before? How do you control this power normally?
This armor is supposed to help, but in all seriousness, I probably don't.
She looks you over and says, "Most interesting. It's not unheard of to use armor or magic items or even magitech to try and harness one's individual magical energies. I would say that if this power has gone haywire, that your methodology of controlling it has become faulty in some way. Perhaps you should revisit those that have crafted this armor for you as a method of control to see if it can be repaired."
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for the tome. May I buy this from you?
She says, "Your money is no good here. We're friends of the crown. Besides, that's a very common tome."
Thank
No,
you.
we have real money now. We got it.
Oh yeah, we need to
Cargo
do something about
pants.
this money. We have to.
All of us walking around with jingling.
Yeah.
I propose it stays with the commune, with the people that are still there that have been trying to make good with their
Should
life.
we,
But
should
we
we
don't
give it to
know where
Tiberius
the-
and Elena?
No.
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 I think
We
we
don't
should
do-
give it to
I think we
someone.
shouldn't do anything.
It needs to. You don't want to give it to anybody in the crown and have them take care of it.
I think we should at least talk to Luis.
You just
about
wanna keep
We
it?
should.
Yeah, well, hold on. I might. It's getting late, so I might have like blanked out a little bit. But did she actually translate the stuff?
No, not yet.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
we shouldn't do anything until we know what
Oh, what it's for.
what it's for,
Valid. Valid.
Yeah.
and then we can make a decision afterwards. But
It's got Dragon's curse on it.
Having examined Levine and gone through that conversation, she begins to, first with the open envelope, and takes a look at the letters, and she says, I don't know. I could certainly, with enough time, crack this, but it would be fairly brute force. I might know of an associate who is very good at code breaking. He owns an antique shop in the city.
oh my god,
Jean Philippe.
is it that one place? I owe them a favor.
Yeah, it's what is it called? Lamented Treasures, I believe, is the name of the
But yeah, we gotta figure out how to get rid of that favor we have to give them.
He says I'd be happy to
Let me
spend a little bit of time with it, but it's really, it's detailed work, and I have many other important pressing projects and research to be done. She begins opening the other packages, and most of them are similar letters that are folded up, but out of the last one that she opens, a book tumbles out. She says, "This one's not in code." And she flips through a couple pages. She says, This appears to be a diary of one Faith Speaker Margulis." Yes.
Okay.
It says here he writes often of his dreams and of a maiden visiting him in his dreams and describing how to bring her closer to the material plane and how she will bathe the world in the light of the commune. He seems very enamored with it. It's no wonder he sought Virgo Lucis. He continues flipping through. It seems to be mostly writings of a religious nature.
Okay. So it's basically like him talking about his like prophetic dreams or something.
Indeed. You get the feeling that this is kind of a record that indicates how he was first contacted by Virgo Lucis and how he came to know of the ritual that he performed.
It's a dream journal. Man.
More or less. She says, would you like me to hang on to these letters and translate them over a couple days, or do you want to keep them? Diary is of no further interest to me, but it may aid you in some way later.
So the diary we can keep on us. So for the letters, if Edgar doesn't want to deal with those people right away, we can just leave them with her. I think I'm gonna leave that decision. I want to leave up to Edgar because it's like putting him on the spot. So
Well, I mean, it all depends. I don't mind going out there. I'm sure that kind of organization will find me when they need me.
That's fair. I also don't want to go there with these letters and be like, them being like, "Oh, now you have to give us a favor." Like, no.
I also don't want to go there because if
Shut
I
up.
have to punch, I am going to hurt myself, and others too much.
Yeah, that's fair.
But she did say she knew a contact there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, we're not going in there willy-nilly. So this is maybe somebody that'd be willing to help for free,
or at a discounted rate,
without having to sell my soul.
You don't know. At least not yet.
Well, I am gonna talk to Preserver Ashara too about the changes in the compass.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, and it's absorbing souls and stuff too.
Yeah, it's absorbed 3 souls now, or 5. Was it no?
Multiple.
Because how many people were at the stairs? Was it 3
There
or
were
4?
3 people at the stairs.
So it's been 4 souls altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So it's absorbed 4 souls recently, and I don't know why or what it's doing, and it's also seemingly healing me. It's like energizing me when I'm in battle.
Very interesting. I wonder. What do you think the purpose of the compass is?
Well, the purpose... Did we not? As far as we are aware, Desdemona was using it to resurrect her brother Tristan. And a
He
ritual.
thinks about it for a minute and says, based on what we know so far about soul magic, and we're just, throwing out theories here at this point, but it seems to me that soul magic can be used to accomplish great feats, but usually at great cost. In order to summon this arcanum with soul magic, it costs souls. It costs the life force of someone in order to perform. Whatever this compass does, it seems to be absorbing the souls of those that are slain around you in order to accomplish its task. What that task is, I couldn't say. But given that it won't leave your person, it stands to reason that, I don't know, be careful. It seems, I don't know if there's a way back from this. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I didn't realize there was a path forward with it either. So
Just a couple time bombs, it's fine. The
it's
two
fine. We're
She
just gonna
says-
go down a
fighters have
little
time
bit.
bombs.
How do you know that it contains souls?
Because it sucked
We've-
the souls into it.
Tried to ask it.
And we've
these
asked it
before and has
questions, and
responded.
it vibrates in response to questions, and we assume, based on the patterns and the questions we ask, that there's multiple souls.
She's become very interested in this puzzle now and says, can anyone ask it questions?
Yes, you can, and I'm gonna hold
Yes,
out the
please,
compass.
go ahead.
Ask
for the
as
love
many
of
questions
God.
as you want. Go at it, Ashar.
She looks at it and she says, can you tell me about the souls or the people that went into it? She's looking
one-
at all of you.
So, from what we can tell right now, at least from what my knowledge was,
It was an Alonian soldier. Don't tell anyone though he wasn't supposed to be here.
there was definitely an Alonian soldier that got taken into it, and then the soldier there was 3 people at the Commune of Radiance who were also just commune members. I don't think they had anything to do with Alonia as far as we could tell. And they were also taken inside the compass when they died.
Weren't the trees also sucked into the compass that we found out, right? Or was that not a thing?
The what?
From like episode 2?
What trees?
The,
Oh, episode 2 when the trees died?
the ancient tree
The
with
ancient
the puzzle of
trees?
time.
No.
Oh.
No soul
No,
was
okay.
absorbed during that.
I probably misremembered it. My bad.
Okay.
But Tristan,
Oh.
I guess, would be
All right.
But we're pretty sure Tristan's soul is probably in here as well.
Ashara says, Tristan, are you in there? And it vibrates once for her.
Okay.
She
we
says,
think that means yes.
Tristan, are you alive? And it vibrates twice.
Okay.
Like, yes, I see. And she says, are there any Commune of Radiance members in there? And it vibrates once. Says, have you come to this place recently? And it vibrates once. This is very interesting. It seems that the souls that were absorbed into it are there in the compass.
Mm-hmm.
They've seen all
Yeah.
the stupid stuff we've been doing. Oh no.
All right, how about this? The commune members, do you know what cipher you use for your coded messages?
One of you get a single vibration.
Could
It's
be
gonna take
handy.
some work.
Okay.
I don't know how, but it could be.
I mean, if you ask enough questions, you'll be able to.
Yeah, I'll just hang out with Ashara and she can ask me questions while she's decoding them. Like,
Okay.
this is what I'll do while you guys go around town. Just sit in the library.
This is something I was wondering about a little bit, and I don't know if this is just very like, oh, how convenient. But Levine is wondering, was Carter the first Commune of Radiance guy who we met at the like episode 2 or probably episode 3 or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Was he that last standing Commune cultist that we fought? By chance,
The troubadour, are you talking about?
Troubadour. That's probably what's Troubadour?
It's like a
Yeah.
town crier
The
type
bard.
kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that would be it because he was like trying to spread the message of it.
No, you saw that. You did not see that person anywhere on the island.
Okay, just want to be sure.
Ashara
Maybe he
looks
might
at
know, but-
Cassandra and says, "Well, it seems you found a method of decoding these. You don't need me for that then." And she kind of goes back to her desk and sits
No,
back.
no.
Okay.
You get back over here.
Hold on.
Dude, you can't make her
I'm sorry.
do
treat her
I'm
with a bit
sorry.
more
I'm sorry. I'm
respect.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You won't be able to do spells
There's
without
no
actually
way I
spelling
can
yourself.
code this without some kind of help. I feel like
Well, hold on. Well,
We have the.
Someone
does
has
this,
to help
does
me
this
if it's
use
not
a
her.
simple Caesar cipher?
Sorry, what was that, Edgar?
I'm just asking them. It's like, does it use a simple like a Caesar cipher?
It's not obvious to you. You try a
Oh,
couple.
I'm asking the. I'm asking the.
Oh, you're asking the compass.
Yeah.
You get 2 vibrations.
All right. Well, not a Caesar cipher. Then it's gonna be a bit harder.
As we learn more, we could ask it that, and we can try to talk with that one person if we want to risk it. Yeah, I think there's probably not much else we can do here. I mean, we can. There was the treasures and trinkets, was it?
Wait, it's capable of pointing to things though as well.
yeah.
So we can ask it to point us to the cipher key.
Oh,
If I-
to where they knew where one was, it might send us back on the island. Though, to be honest.
We could ask the compass if it knows the
Something,
last.
something, eh?
If we describe the last surviving cultist that was there, maybe it can point us in the direction of that person. Because he might have some of the most information about with Margulis. What might be.
Can you
Going
point
with
us to
Marcus.
someone who can to a member of the commune who can decode this?
You get 3 vibrations.
It
So-
doesn't know, but
Okay.
Yeah.
it doesn't mean no. We just need to figure out who he is. Can we like try to describe it, the commune member, and see if it? Do you recognize this person?
I will say. So is the code like an obvious code to where it's all jumbled
Okay,
up?
sorry. I'll let you do that stuff still too.
Yeah, we're focusing on.
It
Or is it
it
like one of
uses
those, like-
symbols that you've never seen before.
Okay, so it's
Oh,
not just
okay.
letters mixed around. It's just straight up.
Any other thoughts on how you want to approach this?
And there's
not right now.
nothing. There's nothing in that journal that she gave back to us. There's like none of those symbols or like any in any corners.
No.
No. Okay. But she seems to think we can use the compass to decipher this, which I don't know. It's just her giving up or not.
Let's see. Preserver Ashara looks at you and she says, "If I give you a good idea, will you do this by yourself and leave me
Yes,
to my
please.
work?"
I have a good idea. Can we
Yeah.
ask the compass if they've ever received a coded message from Margulis.
You
Oh,
can
that's a good
certainly
idea.
ask.
Alright, I asked.
You get a single vibration.
Nice.
Cool. What
When
did
do you
it
start
say?
listing off ciphers?
Did Zinnia have a follow-up question?
I was asking what the message said.
I mean, it just buzzes kind of
Yeah,
Like,
this is anything like that.
unless we
Yeah,
teach it
like-
in Morse code.
Does anyone in this compass know Morse code?
Do you?
I'll learn.
Alright. There's
I guess I would say that there exists something similar to Morse code in this world. You get one vibration, then you get two, then you get two,
Okay.
then you get one type kind of thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask really quick. Do any of the Commune of Radiance members, does the person who got the coded message from Faithkeeper Margulis speak Morse code?
You get two vibrations.
Can you all talk to each other?
You get
That is a
one
good
vibration.
Okay, so they can communicate with each other. Good. Can you
That's a
interpret
question.
for him to us?
question. Can you
Three
see?
vibrations.
Oh yeah, can you see? Yeah, question. Can you see?
You get two vibrations.
Yeah, so that's no good unless we're
Well,
gonna
no.
start describing all the symbols.
Well, because if someone knows Morse code in there, like, because I was thinking,
But how do they
That-
know what the message is?
well, that's what I say. We're gonna have to describe it at this point because that's the only thing I can think of. Unless, like, Ashara said she has an idea, so we can ask her.
Ashara has been scribbling furiously on the desk, and she beckons Cassandra. Cassandra, over here. Bring your
Okay.
compass over here.
Okay.
And she draws a circle around your compass onto the paper and transcribes
Ah,
it, and then
that's smart.
begins writing several of your normal alphabet letters around the outside of the compass, and then when you describe a symbol, which you notice that the symbols, some of them appear to be in the shapes of birds or animals, and some of them common objects, and it's easy enough to describe to the compass. And whenever you describe a symbol to the compass, it points to one of the letters in your alphabet. And through this, you were able to translate each symbol to a letter and fairly quickly crack the code thereafter that.
Okay, well now I'm just gonna have these dudes talk to me this way. No more of this vibration stuff. I'm getting full sentences.
This is
Getting the Martian.
I'm not only
the
kidding.
Martian service.
I'm
It's
not
the
even
Ouija
kidding. I had this
board.
idea. I was waiting for Blair to be finished, and I had it half typed out in chat, and I decided not to send it.
So you manage to. This does take a fair amount of time, but you decode a random message, and what you find is a coded message that appears to be a missive describing the plan to bring Tiberius and Elena to the island, that they have been the couple that have been selected for the ritual, and that's the general gist of it that you have so far.
Okay.
And there's many other pieces of paper that could be translated, but that's just the first one that you've been working on, and you've been working at it for, I don't know, probably about 2 hours at this point. It's starting to hit evening, headed towards night, and you
we
have,
would have to.
yeah, you
talk to
have
the king
one
too.
page of several pages of notes that is translated.
I will have a question. I do have a question though. So, like, since all of these notes should follow the same cipher,
Hmm.
could I just not mass decode them?
Yes,
Follow them all out
kind
and
of.
then
It
code
it
them,
just
like-
takes you time to rewrite
okay,
it,
yeah.
type kind of
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
you got the alphabet, right? Once you
Yeah,
have the alphabet.
and you're going to get better at it and do it more quickly as you essentially learn that alphabet through repeated letters and so on. But for right now, it's a pretty time-consuming process.
Yeah.
I mean, you could spend the rest of your
Understandable.
day doing this and maybe get one, set of letters decoded, I guess.
Well, I feel like
This
that's
guy
kind of
just
what I
needs to-
should do.
I'll probably be reading one of
Feels
the new
important.
Arcanum book I got during that
They
time.
just used a simple substitution cipher for all this.
Yeah. Listen, man. Their ideas came to them in a dream. Can't ask too much.
Hey, we asked a dead guy to get this information. It's not exactly easy to come by, so.
I
That's
had
fair.
some idea where I was like, well, that would only work if it was a substitution cipher. There's no way it's that simple.
Yeah.
Well, your
Yeah, I
GM
think-
might have not been super creative with this cipher.
Well, I mean,
I agree.
it also has to be
Understandable.
achievable.
Right? Ciphers are hard, man.
There's like 3 blobs and they all look alike, but apparently they're all different letters. I don't get it.
Oh, that's just Arabic.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Ah.
it's
Dang.
like we're Japanese.
So you've essentially spent that time with Ashara. Does anyone have any other questions or things to do with her before you move on?
Do we have any interns that can finish translating these documents while we eat and sleep?
I mean,
Oh, we
don't
do
all
wanna-
need to be there. so.
We do want to give Caretaker Larice the books from on the Commune of Radiance and see what we should do with those, right?
I think she was already given the regular.
I already gave her
Okay.
the bookkeeping stuff.
Yeah.
I might have just forgot. Okay. Just want
Yeah,
to
I think those went to Larice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she says, I don't know what this word interns is, but we do have staff at the castle that could do it, but should they do it? Control of information is a powerful thing, and
Yeah. This,
are you sure you want to put it out into and increase the size of the circle that has access to these?
no, probably not. We probably want to just make sure if we know the best way to keep it secret for now, and if we should do anything with it.
You want to keep it secret, and you want the only surefire way, it's to keep that circle as small as possible.
I mean, I guess. Should we hold on to it for now then and just go over ourselves in case we need it for something, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Guess I'll put that in my inventory or something.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions for Shar. I just wanted to mention the changes with the compass and see if she had any further, especially because she was talking a lot about soul magic, and I was like, well. But other than that, I don't have any other things to do.
Yeah, mine is I was just going to read my book during that time, during the 2 hours of waiting for the king. And...
Okay. So you folks would like to move your conversation on to the king then?
I think so,
I
yeah.
think so.
Okay. Sometime later, Larice comes and finds the lot of you and ushers you into the king's chamber, who receives you and says, "What tidings bring you?"
Blair would kind of lead the party in and just like, go into a bow of sorts, respect, and just say, we investigated the commune and what took place on the ancient haven. It involved a great deal of ritualistic procedures. I don't know. I'm kind of blanking on how to word this right, so I apologize.
Actually, ritualism, arcana ritualism or something like that would technically be it.
Yeah.
Oh, some kind of phrase like that.
Yeah. And it involved a couple, Tiberius and Elena, who were chosen to bring forth a being from the celestial plane known as Virgo Lucius, right? And she was manifested by the death of their leader, Margulis. We recovered some documents after defeating said entity. And Blair's gonna kind of glance at the others, see if they wanted to add anything in specific.
Oh, I left. Cassandra will step forward. I'm assuming, like, you know, give a bow and stuff, and then. So I left some documentation with Larice to pass on to the necessary parties involving like their finances and recruitment numbers and some other information like that about their organization, in case that was at all helpful to you guys.
He looks to you and says, "We've already reviewed it, and some of the numbers just don't quite add up. It doesn't seem possible that the commune would be able to afford all of, well, everything that they have with the funds that they were taking in. Just not quite sure where the money is coming from. There's something amiss there. We just don't quite know where it leads yet."
So we'll bring out the letters and be like, we found these letters with a bunch of money at the location. And then we are actually working on decoding these with the help of, because he knows about the compass, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to pull out the compass. With the help of the compass, it seems like we're able to decode these.
Most interesting.
So I plan on working on that as much as I can in my free time.
Says, makes sense. Well, perhaps the best thing is for the crown to hang on to those documents and the money that was found, if you please.
I'll give you the money, but the letters I have to keep in order to translate them. Or do I have the cipher kind of figured out and I can pass it on?
You have the cipher figured out.
Okay, so I can just pass it on then? That's fine.
You could if you want.
Do you guys want me to?
I think it would probably be better.
Yeah,
no time for discussion here, so you gotta make a decision.
Yeah, I say yes.
Well,
we don't.
Yeah.
I think it's best we're not carrying that stuff around.
Yeah, I'll hand it over with the cipher I figured out and like the letter I already translated as like proof that it's kind of been figured out.
Says, very good. And I will send a steward out to collect the monies then at a later date.
Oh, no. The money's on us.
The money's on you.
Give him my money.
Yeah, it's on us.
I take off my cargo pants and just hand them over.
Oh my gosh.
Just don't do that.
I suppose
Money
we could
is
make
evil.
a direct deposit into the royal vault. And he snaps his fingers loudly, and several servants appear, and they are there to take whatever you give to them.
I will give him my money
How much?
of what we took from there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Cassandra's pretty straight-laced in that regard, but she was excited to see that money, being told by like a king that she has to give it to them, and kind of like that used to sort of be her job, was to listen to people like that. She's probably gonna hand over at least all of what she has. I don't think she'll say anything about what anybody else has, but she'll hand over what she has.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess technically it's 1,000 on everybody, right? So Levine will give over her 1,000 because she feels too guilty
1,250.
holding on to it.
Yeah.
So we hadn't made Blair carry any of it, so.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't have any.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I figured we would have split it, but yeah, if that's the case, then
No, because these were not our funds.
no, that's fair. Either way, yeah, Levine's given over any money she had on her.
Okay.
She feels too guilty trying to hold on to it.
What
So-
about Zinnia
You're
and
just
Edgar?
piling gold in the in the throne
Every-
room.
Everybody else is doing it, then yeah, I got it now.
What about Zinnia? Zinnia has more money than person at this point. But...
It's true.
There's just a gold pile sitting in the spot Zinnia would be standing
It's like
in.
slowly waddling in.
Just-
It's like
Just
one of
little
those cartoonish
constructive gold
bushes.
coins.
Zinnia said that she wants to give some of it to Asha and her family to help them get back on their feet.
Ah, that's sweet. Levine totally believes her.
Okay. The king says, we have been taking good care of... What's the girl's name again? Astrid. Been taking good care of Astrid. I suppose we can afford them some of the money. And he gestures to the servants in front of you to come and relieve you of whatever coin you're about to put out. How much do you give them?
I guess I'll give them half of it, and I'll give the other half to Astrid.
Okay.
I thought
Then
you were just gonna try to pull the wool over their eyes.
King Roland turns to Blair and says, well, it doesn't sound like you had much choice. It seems the only recourse that you had was conflict, and resolve the conflict you did, and what I can only presume is the best possible outcome. However, this is going to create complications and difficult and strained relationships in Denova. Without leadership, the Commune of Radiance, I don't know how they'll behave. I don't know how they will change. There are already rumors circulating in the city that Faith Speaker Margulis has fallen, and there's rumors as to his death are just prolific. Some of them range from a heart attack all the way up to assassination. And there's developing unrest and uneasiness and a lack of certainty among the commune members, from what we understand.
Yeah, and Blair would nod and say, well, I did speak at length with Tiberius, and based on what we all had witnessed, I would feel it would be imperative that someone of the commune speak about the commune. I understand that it will still inadvertently make conflict for those who were not there to witness it themselves, but the best thing that we can do is try to keep that commune together based on that principle of helping others.
Right, because Denova is not willing to step up and do the same for its people.
Denova provides as well as it can for its citizens. It provides protection and provides opportunity. It's just that there are so many refugees these days that there's not enough to go around. And the lack of financial transparency from the commune is indicative that there's going to be a problem. That quarter is not going to be able to feed itself, and it could tear itself apart without established leadership or assistance of some kind. And he looks to Blair and says, what do you suggest the role of the crown be in guiding this reformed order?
Boy, above table party. I'm obviously in favor of supporting the fragments of the commune and not letting it just die out. It seemed like it was helping people trying to do things with good intentions, but I don't want to speak alone on this if there's an opinion otherwise.
I think Levine agrees also. I also think Levine would even heavily encourage that the funding that we brought here go to that effort.
I think the thing is that a commune is the idea of it wasn't much different from like a church where like they're trying to be generous and giving with their like people and stuff. I think the only thing is you have to be able to install somebody as a leader that is trustworthy and isn't going to fall down the same corruption cycle to resurrect a freaking goddess that Margulis did. Which
Yeah,
is
I'll-
my thoughts did go to because Blair had that conversation with Tiberius. Could we trust Tiberius to like step up and talk about what he
Or
saw? And
Elena.
And the other thing is
Elena
that I
wouldn't work. He
realized
doesn't believe, and I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
anybody would follow her because
Well-
they would know that she's doubtful. Whereas Tiberius was known for being faithful. That's why he
And
was chosen.
And that's another thing I realized is that the people that knew Tiberius was chosen as like the
Mhm.
sacrifice, you know, since he didn't go through with it, I imagine that there's going to be people that are jaded to trusting his leadership regardless of what we do to install him there.
Yeah, I
will.
'cause-
I feel like an alternative to this could be too that if they are going to, dissolve the commune, that the funds of that should go to help putting it to better efforts, helping.
if the
refugees
commune
there, but
gets
it's a-
dissolved, a new organization should take its place to help the refugees.
Yeah,
That
that's what
isn't
I was
based
thinking.
on religion and isn't based on having faith in something, but is just based on helping them and giving them a step up and allowing them to give back to the community when they're able to finally by contributing back to, because like these are all people who had jobs that were actively working at the docks and a whole bunch of other stuff. And if we can give this money back to kind of keeping that stuff going, hopefully it'll start funding itself eventually instead of like this is like the startup money for it.
Maybe
It's
that's
the
something
Kickstarter.
Tiberius and Elena can help with too, helping to transition that. But
I do think that could be a good
yeah.
idea because then it could be a bridge between the faithful with Tiberius and Elena could be more pragmatic in that sense. But
if
They
they're
also
up for the
wouldn't-
task, but
they were also just
obviously.
traumatized. So yeah, so I
Right.
don't necessarily want to like be like, hey, just so you know, now you're in charge of some stuff. Bye.
And like I do agree in a sense with Edgar that the crown does need to have some sort of presence because it just seems
Mhm.
like the whole isolation thing is breeding seeds of doubt in the people, and that's why this commune was sort of formed, was on the basis of probably that fragmented trust in the crown. So I think Blair would sort of suggest that, you know, if there are people that do not want to continue with the commune, you know, that maybe there would be some sort of other recourse that the crown could help with in some way, because they still need to get on their feet. They don't all have the money to just go do whatever they want. And I'm not saying like just financially, but maybe like in a way of jobs or
Many of them are looking to
some
do
other
stuff with their
place.
hands anyways, so
Yeah, they were all willing to work when it came to the commune.
right.
And
I don't
so
know if
I
that
don't
sounded
see
dirtier
how
than
it'd be
I
much
intended,
different for the doing the same thing for the crown.
Right. And I mean, in Blair's eyes, obviously they feel that it should be whoever their choice, what they want to do, because Tiberius can deliver the news, but you know they should also choose if they don't want Tiberius to lead. Like, there's also that possibility as well. And then
Yeah,
who would be in the place of that?
yeah, I feel like that's more something that I agree with Blair basically. Yeah, it should be up to their conversations with that. I don't think that's something we can decide necessarily. So
Because, you know, the other thing is too is what if the commune takes offense to Tiberius being with a non-believer? I mean, that's a whole
Okay.
other
Yeah.
can of worms.
anybody
Here-
we would decide for their leader is probably not going to work for them.
And I understand that, but here's my thing. They had a whole group of people that we know of that were actively trying to resurrect a goddess by sacrificing people. So I don't trust anybody in that commune would install as a period.
True.
They will just
Yeah,
go back down that route of I fully believe it'll just be like, oh, you're gonna let us, okay, yeah, bye, and then they're just
Hey,
gonna go right back to what they were doing.
The king
Fully.
has all the receipts right now too, so they might understand which people
Well,
may or
maybe
may not be more.
Well,
jaded
and
for
that's
that
my
matter,
point
too,
though. And that's my point though, is that the king knows lots of secrets that he's apparently not willing to share with us.
I'm sorry, I had to snort a little at that. I'm just like, oh.
Well, because it's like the king is like, Blair, make
true.
this decision with very little information.
It's true.
Oh,
So just, but like for me personally, based on like the situation, like I know what Blair wants to do, and I'm fine with you doing whatever you think is right for Blair. But I personally, like as Cassandra and like myself, are just like I don't trust none of those fuckers to like elect their own. But at the same time, if they know that they're being watched, maybe they'll be more careful. I don't know, but
Are you all
Would you like to-
having this conversation in earshot of the king?
above
no,
table.
this is above table. This
got
is
it.
a
I guess this would
full-
have probably been
Uh,
before we entered the room. We would have.
Yeah, I was
discussed
gonna
this.
say like
Yeah.
I haven't been saying anything because I don't want to talk.
Well, yeah, I tried to clarify at the beginning, like before I even responded.
Yeah,
because
that's
would
why
like
I
to talk
asked.
first.
That's fine.
So-
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah,
I guess-
I'm
I
sure
guess
of
what
what
would-
to do herself, so
what-
she wanted reassurance, I think.
yeah.
I guess what is Dragon kind of suggesting then? Is that what they would be dissolved or something? is what
I
you're
think that they
thinking?
would be dissolved, but then the kingdom would step
Okay.
up and create an organization much like the commune that isn't based on faith.
Okay, and I'm kind of
That
like
would
between
be
that
the
anyways.
mid-ground
Yeah.
solution, in my opinion, where it's a similar stuff, but at the same time, Blair is correct, or like Hells is kind of, because like you can't just tell people, hey, your faith is destroyed, you can't fucking do anything about it anymore. That's a really like, so I think there has to be some way of the truth of what happened being delivered. But they're gonna be so hyped that if we tell them that they managed to resurrect a goddess, so we should say
okay,
that
I
Margulis
will-
tried and failed.
I will say my vote is it would probably be between dissolving and rebuilding the commune. But if I had to pick one, I guess it would be, if I had to vote for one way, dissolving. But that's just whatever that. You could take that however you want.
I didn't
Um,
hear Zinnia and Edgar too. I kind of want to
Yeah,
hear
that's-
input too.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. I was just going to state my opinion on it.
I mean, I don't feel like we should. I don't think we should be discussing this right now, considering
That's
where
fair,
we
I
are
guess.
in the game. Like this is like we came here without a plan, so then we should come up with something as it is right.
I mean, you can still freely converse if you would like. You could, if you want, tell the king that you'll come back with an answer later.
Yeah.
Like right now, the king has the encrypted notes,
feel
so we
like-
have no idea what they say, and he's got the money. So as far as I'm aware, he's involved in this, and he's now hiding away the evidence and preventing us from seeing it.
I am feeling a little bit of that more now too with his response.
So
Oh, so like he knew all along and just was ignoring it?
yeah, as far as we know, that was a bribe
Yeah.
for him to, and those are notes proving that it was the case, and we just let him have it. So like me, I'm a little frustrated by how this went down.
No,
I'm
actually, that's fair.
sorry.
And I guess, I mean, that's the thing too. That's why it kind of feels like over the table. That might have been a good conversation to have ahead of time. What we wanted to plan to do with that before
That's
we entered.
true.
And I didn't even expect that we would have that conversation or
I
have to make that
also
decision necessarily.
wasn't
so,
sure
But
like what would happen if I told him no about those notes, because he apparently has a whole network of spies, and I kind of felt like maybe I would just get robbed. Like, hey, you woke up and those notes are gone.
Yeah, well,
'Cause
and
I
then that
also,
would give
Yeah.
us that would give us proof that we can't
That's
trust here,
fair.
and let's get
That's
out of
fair.
Denova. And I'm going back to the Elonian Empire because apparently they're the place to be. Like,
That's fair.
yeah,
Zinnia,
So I
what do
guess-
you think? Oh, sorry.
no, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I guess I don't know if we can do much about that, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Zinnia is what I was gonna say.
I would say I would cut in here briefly as a GM, hopefully as your friend. I hope that's the way
Yeah.
it comes out. You have options here, right? Your characters have different relationships and abilities that might be able to influence this situation or get you more information. I would also say that this is a fairly pivotal moment in the campaign.
Yeah.
This is, Blair, from your perspective, King Roland has generally approved of your actions and is saying, okay, you've done something that is worthy of the royal family. Now let's see you deal with the repercussions of it, and is letting you kind of prove that or take the reins a little bit in a certain way.
Gotcha.
Beyond that, you'll have to find your own way and roll the dice and so on and see how it turns out.
So,
So then I recommend that we take some time to come up with a plan.
I think so too.
No, yeah,
be
that definitely
foolish
makes sense
to-
too.
to
Yeah.
To make a decision.
right now. And
Because leaders don't do that anyways.
Yeah, well, like,
No,
like I was
apparently they
saying
do
too,
nothing.
this doesn't seem like,
Edgar, I love you today. You're great.
because yeah,
this Mal being frustrated at working at the
Yeah.
government,
yeah.
and dealing with some
Oh.
stuff at work, and this feels exactly the same, and it's coming right out.
Oh, I was gonna ask. Do you
D&D
think,
therapy.
I think Cassandra is going to outright ask the king, when you decipher those letters, are you going to share the information with us, or can I have them back so I can decipher them first? And then I will relay the information to you. Because we would like to have all the necessary information before we go forward with our decisions. That's how smart choices are made.
yeah, I will say, given the position we're in, I don't know if we should be the ones comfortable with making this change. Is part of my whole thing too. Like, this is a big thing to change with very little to go on a very
King
split
Roland
decision, so.
considers Cassandra's words for a minute. And then he looks at Blair. And that's, he doesn't say anything, he just looks at you.
What kind of look is it?
It's a look of, what
Why
do you
did you say
think?
that?
Is this what you are saying to me? Are you asking me for this?
Blair is going to nod.
Then he returns the papers to Cassandra's hands.
Thank you, and she's gonna bow, and because Cassandra will fully relay all this information. She's not gonna hide anything, so.
Alright, in
she's
this
gonna
case,
tuck them away.
since I haven't heard from Zinnia, I am assuming we're all on board with reconvening with the king.
Yeah.
King Roland says, I'm trusting you with this. You've done okay so far, and it's time to prove that you can handle the baggage that comes with this station. And he says, before you leave this city, I need an answer from you on what you want to do about the commune. And I will know if you leave the city. And if you do, before we have this sorted, then I'm going to operate this my way. I am here for counsel if you require it.
I'm gonna lean over to Blair and be like, what's his way?
I'm not sure. And then Blair will just give a nod and be like, I will have an answer for you. And bow and turn away.
Okay. Anything else you want to take care of while you are in the castle?
I'd like to find some alcohol, please.
You
I
know,
almost feel like we should. I almost feel like Levine wants to stop you a second there. So maybe we should. Do we need to talk to Tiberius and Elena before we make any of these conversations? Do you think, or are you just
I
ready
think-
to vent, or not vent, veg?
Me?
Yeah, Levine
Yeah,
is
'cause you
asking.
wanna
you.
get
Oh, I
apparently.
was actually
Before you
joking.
start-
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wouldn't. Honestly, it seems like a decent reaction. So I was.
Right,
why I
but
was-
I
Blair's
mean,
had a lot
Blair-
of pressure put
Blair
on
would
her.
probably be secret about it. She wouldn't say that out loud. But
Right.
that was just me like, yeah, I need a drink after that.
Mentally, like, I gotta go get drunk later.
But
That's
yeah,
fair.
if
Okay.
we do want to talk to Tiberius and Elena, I have no objection to that.
I
I
also
think
don't know
that
if we
could
should
perhaps
as part of
wait.
it, but
Mostly because when we do the commune plan later, including them on like the planning might not be the worst idea because they will have an idea of what they needed as refugees and people who needed the commune. Like actually asking those people as we're like before we make a plan might also be a good idea. Like because if we make a plan that's just stupid and isn't actually helpful for them, then what's
Yeah.
it's going to be a
I
lot
still feel
harder
like-
for Blair to make headway with it and stuff. So
Yeah.
The money stuff is also I'm definitely still up for. Like it's blood money to me, so I'm definitely still fine with that not being.
oh yeah,
Blair
the money is still there with them. I'm not worried about the money.
No, yeah, it was definitely though when he starts listing off the notes and stuff, and I'm like, oh, he seems kind of like a bad guy. Why does he sound like a bad guy a little bit?
The other thing I'm obviously concerned about is that the absence of Margulis with the commune is the longer we take, I don't know what will happen with the people there with the inaction.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
the power back. I'm not saying we should take too long with it. I am going to, because my plan with Cassandra is she is not sleeping tonight. She is.
Oh,
Well,
I don't think Blair is either.
Oh well, because
I
we
will
have
say
the
too-
we have the cipher figured out. Sina said so. Technically, you guys could help me with the letters.
I'm
Yeah,
happy
we're
I
gonna
will
just
say-
make a
Yeah,
copy
so
of
we
the
could,
cipher
like,
and just take a
Yeah,
page
just
each.
make take a page each, and we can work on them tonight, and then go from there. That's what
I
I
will-
think would be the best
I
plan.
will say too, like I know Blair, Levine, and Cass have had a lot of input on what we should do. I would also like to hear a little bit from Edgar and Zinnia on that too. so
Yeah.
what their opinions are of the commune and any suggestions. So.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if they got it right now, but I just
Yeah.
figured, yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
think
don't
the-
have an answer right now.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair.
What were you saying,
Does it-
Zinnia?
I said I think the commune is essentially like a social services organization, and now it's well funded because we've recovered all the Zenit, so we just need someone to lead it. And Tiberius is looking for something to do with his life, and was a hardcore member of the Radiance, or maybe not hardcore, but what's the word?
Devoted? Devout?
Yeah, that's the word.
Okay.
Zinnia is supposed to have all the best words, so in character she said devoted.
Well, Blair did talk to Tiberius, and I guess I want to ask Blair,
Mhm.
how well do you think Tiberius or Elena would be? Elena?
Elena?
How well do you think they might be fit to help guide the rest of the commune and whatever might be going forward?
It's
you have
gonna
any-
be hard no matter who's there or not. I mean, when I spoke with Tiberius, there's a very possible chance that they would, exile him or tell him to go pound sand. But as I said earlier, like, Elena, since coming back from the Ancient Haven, has not been too responsive, and I don't know if that reaction will be a negative with Tiberius coming back to explain what went wrong. But it's definitely something to consider because their relationship is strained, but their family's together, and with this whole ritual that was supposed to happen and Margulis being gone, I don't know how the commune's gonna react to the truth because they thought what they were doing with helping people would lead to this great something with this ritual. I don't know how involved the lower ranks of the commune were with this information, but either way, they're going to have to process it at face value like everybody else, with or without that information.
Okay.
And Tiberius obviously is not feeling very confident in his leadership role, especially after how much wrong he's done. But you can't have faith in something without being, committed to it. So Blair was really trying to kind of just say, you have to find that strength again. You have to be that rock for everybody.
All right. Yeah. Good approach, Blair. Good approach.
This is his chance to make the Radiance into what he thought it was.
Exactly. And, Blair does believe that it was meant to be something with good intentions. Not how it turned out with Margulis. And even then, we don't really know how that happened, so...
Well,
He's
honestly,
getting dreams, remember? That's one
right.
of the things we read in the diary. He's getting dreams. So technically, he started it with, I guess maybe neutral intentions of bringing back a goddess, and then bad intentions once he realized it involved killing people.
But do we know the timeline? Like, did the
Oh yeah, did the
commune
diary
exist?
kind of like lay out a good timeline for us, Sinus?
Yeah, if you want to spend some time with it this evening,
Yeah,
reading
for
it,
sure.
I can confirm a timeline essentially and give you
It's
a gist.
another 36 hours without sleep.
Long story short, did the commune come before the dreams or after?
The commune came before the dreams.
Oh.
It seems that it started out relatively small, and then the dreams started to sort of coincide with the very rapid growth of the commune. You don't know if there is a definitive link or not, but for all intents and purposes, it seems like Faith Speaker Margulis at one time was, generally speaking, a guy trying to do the most good with what he had, and eventually became obsessed with these dreams. Believed so fervently that the work he was doing in Denova was elevating him to a status worthy of notice of a supernatural being that he essentially worshipped. And it seemed that the more followers he gained, and the more that he kind of followed this path, the more interested this arcanum or deity or whatever you want to call it, the more interested it became in Margulis, or the more that he began to follow in its footsteps. Is that a complete enough answer?
Yeah.
I think it's good at least.
No. So then,
Yeah.
That also,
perhaps it did start with the best of intentions.
Yeah, I will say too, my other thing with it is I have a question in particular about the dreams and it coinciding with the rapid growth. Is that sort of like the impression it gives me is that the more people he brought in that sort of gave praise and faith to the Radiance, or like feel some kind of like, then gave her more power, and she was able to like reach out to him somehow because of that. Like the faith sort of like.
It stands to reason that that is a plausible explanation for what is happening. Is that I think in general on this plane of existence and the world in which this takes place, that it's generally believed that the stronger the belief in something, the more powerful a deity becomes, that kind of thing.
Oh.
The old American gods syndrome.
It's not, a for sure thing, because many people never have contact with deities, but it's one of those things that's very similar to, again, above table religion in our world, where maybe there are elements of it that are true that just kind of took off like a game of telephone type kind of thing. And how do you separate the fact from the fiction with that kind of stuff? Is you may have had someone in this case who really met a deity and really did these things, and it's one of the reasons that faith can be so compelling, and that people can put so much stock in it, and the reason that rumors and legends and myths like this persist in a world like the one you live in.
So it's basically like if she could come to the world that we're playing in right now with the Elonian Empire and prove her existence, then she, like, it's hard not to believe in something that you actually see. You know, like the whole seeing is believing. So even if you're not like spending faith for her, you still believe she's real. And that would maybe still give her power in some way, because people might still be wary of that then. Because even fear is a lot like faith in a way.
Sure.
It's not a good type of faith, but it's definitely a type of faith sometimes.
It's a belief.
Yeah, it's definitely a belief. If you're scared of something, it can, you know. Because it'd be hard for me to imagine a group of people being like, oh, that god actually, like, showed up and we saw them, and not be, like, a little wary of that god showing up again in the future.
You kind of get the impression from this this thought process that the mission of the Commune of Radiance on its face is a sort of socialist organization almost, right? In that it's trying to take the most disenfranchised and balance them out with the rest of the world to give them a fighting chance. And the belief that the disenfranchised can regain their balance and live a life of meaning is very much related to the message that the Arcanum, the deity, had, which was everything should always be in balance. Just to a very, very extreme viewpoint.
Okay.
What it sounds like is if the commune is rebuilt, the leadership should depend on everyone in the commune getting a vote.
Yes. There should be no singular leader.
It should not be decided by the higher up specifically. It should include every vote of everyone in the commune.
So instead of socialist, we'll make them communist.
It's a commune.
So
it's in the name.
But
right? I do like that idea though. Like where
if we're gonna do balance,
they're put to a vote, or maybe they could even vote and elect their own leader to a point, or like a group of leaders, like maybe even each group, like because like they're all assigned jobs, so maybe they each job elects like a leader, and then those people can convene with each other and discuss like the plans and like what needs to be done.
Yeah, because right now the leadership was probably largely chosen by Margulis, I would imagine. And only people close to him could make it, but now if we make it every worker there.
Then what's he got weirdly corrupted with his messed up plan like that? Like there's ways to put balance back in the world without bringing a deity that wants to murder a bunch of people. Because is it really balanced if you're just killing off a bunch of poor refugees?
Oh,
and not the rich people that's making it unbalanced. Just say.
That's Thanos.
That's
true.
true.
I wanted to ask Ashara that I forgot about. What was it? Just had it. I wanted to ask Ashara what the Rapture Virgo or Lucius was doing, because that was like kind of scary, whatever she was trying to cast.
Oh yeah.
And I want to know what she thought that might have been. And I just remembered it now.
Okay.
The Rapture.
Ashara asks for any other details of that specific encounter.
She was talking about this world was in great imbalance, and for that she needed to create a rapture and stuff of that nature.
Oh yeah, she did give us a villain monologue, didn't she?
Yeah, a little bit.
Preserver Ashara suggests that one way to bring balance to a world is to essentially reset it to its default state. If you have something that is radically out of balance, sometimes the only way to bring balance back to it is to destroy it and start over.
Mm-hmm.
So now Levine's a bit worried that she's she's gonna try to come through her to do the reset. So Levine's worried that she's just waiting now. It's a real game. That's the real curse. But yeah, that was just something I thought about and I just didn't want to forget. Anyways.
Okay. See, I think we're heading towards the end of the night here, or that's where we were when we started this conversation.
Yeah.
Or the end of the night for
I
your
think we
characters.
were
anyway.
resetting it for sure.
I mean, this might be a good time to even discuss before the next session a little bit what our final decision could be anyways. A little bit more
Yes.
through text than that.
Is there anything anyone wants to get done before the day is over? I would say Edgar has had time to work on the project on the boat ride if they would like.
Yeah. Then I'll probably finish. Like, I'll get to finish off my work. So I'll probably. So it's kind of complicated because that thing, like the Magitech armor needs, like, it's pretty bulky. So I don't know if I'd have like a workshop that I can rent or whatever. Does maybe does Sheila have a workshop that she works at, or no? She was just traveling here.
Wasn't there also a different blacksmith though that was in town that was cute that was also flirting with you?
Listen, they're just all throwing themselves at me. I
Everybody
can't
just-
keep track of
Because
them
I
all.
could have sworn there was a girl that we encountered that was also a blacksmith.
I'm pretty
that
sure
we, like, bought
Jean-Philippe
something
was
from.
flirting with you.
No.
Jean-Philippe also was flirting with Edgar, yes.
They're all
Yeah.
flirting. Everybody's flirting.
Margulis was probably flirting with you. This guy.
I'm pretty sure Virgo Lucius was flirting with me.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Oh my god.
But,
For sure.
It is up to you how you would like to pursue this. There are a couple of different avenues I think you could go, and people you could ask, or places you could go to do this.
Yeah, so I'll probably just do the final assembly because it was done in 2 parts.
Mhm.
So the final assembly, I'll probably ask Sheila for assistance, and then put it all together.
Okay.
I'll have to invest on an actual workshop out of Denova if we're here often though.
I would say that spending an evening working furiously with Sheila, you were able to finish the construction of the Magitech armor. She shows you a few ways to save space with this particular armor so that it can shrink down a little bit whenever it's not in use. It's not totally massive whenever it is not being operated.
Fantastic.
But yeah, she's super excited to see you, and at first she was a little disappointed to find out that you weren't going for tea or dinner or anything like that. But at the end of the night, she looks at you, her face covered in dirt and soot, and her hair a little bit out of sorts, and definitely a couple of odd sweat stains and bruises. And he says, "That was even more fun than I thought we were going to have tonight." And you guys are all set.
Edgar's
Side note, can-
reputation increases.
That's
Can
how
Levine-
that's how we
Sheila-
get hot and sweaty.
Sheila liked that.
Can Levine take along for that? Because she's very interested in this armor. She wants to help out.
Come on, that's all. Don't make it awkward, man.
Oh, that's fine. Levine doesn't hang out. Levine doesn't hang out this day. But she is really interested in the idea of like retractable growing armor stuff. She saw that and she was like, "That's freaking sick."
Honestly, he's probably keeping that project on the down low as much as he can until it's ready.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair.
And be like, "Hey, look what I made."
And Levine's even could be more impressed. She's gonna poop herself.
But
It works because you're both blonde.
it's true.
Well, is
Dang.
Sheila blonde? I didn't know establish that, but
Oh, I thought you were talking about me and Edward. I'm like,
No, it still works for that too, but I was also like,
I thought you meant Levine and Winry.
no,
So,
Sheila and Winry and Edward and Edgar.
steer you
my
back into
arm.
the story here a little bit. Is there anything else anyone wants to accomplish at the end of this particular day?
Cassandra's doing the notes, deciphering.
Okay.
That's
Levine
her,
is reading
that's her
up
thing
on-
tonight.
Is
Levine is
anyone
reading up on
else
Arcanum.
assisting with deciphering?
I will.
Cassandra and Blair.
Let's see. I would like each of you to roll. Okay. Do you know what notes you want to translate, Cassandra? Are you going to work on the one that you've already started, or pick something new?
Since we know that one note is about choosing Tiberius and Elena, I don't feel like there's going to be too much pressing information in that one.
Mm-hmm.
At least for us. So maybe pick a different one for now,
Mm-hmm.
and then start on that.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Maybe Levine should help with that too. Now that I think about it.
Okay. What I need, well, so I guess there are 3 remaining piles to translate, so 3 of you work on that through most of the night. Anybody else, anything before that day closes?
I'll read the book about Arcanum and
Aw.
Vergalucid.
Thank you.
So in the book about Arcanus, there isn't anything specific about Virgo Lucis. This is kind of the idiot's guide type kind of thing that Levine picked up. And you are able to convey to Levine the basics of Arcanism.
Yeah, because Levine was gonna have to read that like 5 different times to get it through her head, anyways. What she needs to be reading.
And
so.
it's probably worth noting here for Zinnia that I think the reason that this happened is Levine is picking up an extra class, which is going to be an Arcanist.
Spoilers.
Ooh, I'm really excited for you.
Okay. So the 3 of you spend the remainder of the night translating the letters. And I think that's where I'm going to end the session because I don't have direct translations, but I can probably make some by the next time we play and give you guys some more stuff to play off of.
That
Yeah,
sounds
that
fun.
makes sense. So.
I like a mystery.
Anyone have any questions before we about this session or mechanically anything else?
I guess before I forget, Edgar's gonna want to go to the docks and try to find out if any ship docked overnight. If they're aware, or if anybody's aware.
I totally forgot about that already. I'm
Mhm.
so glad you remembered. You're so smart.
Oh, when you're doing stuff with Sheila, you guys can go on patrol.
Yeah, go on like a
Allegedly.
little walk. Go on like a little date. I'm like,
Yeah,
walk
you,
with the
you
water.
wanna
little
come
date.
you wanna come take a walk on the beach? By the beach, I mean the docks. And by the docks, I mean we're gonna go talk to the dock master here.
Says, sure, I don't know what business I would have at the docks, but if you're with me, I'll go.
Well, all right, let's go.
So, you managed to. Is this
And
That's
bring your
it.
little buddy, just in case.
evening? So you find. Da-da-da-da-da-da. What did I
It's that
have for
same
this?
lady from?
Wharf Supervisor Annalise is who you find. This person you've seen a couple times before at this point, and says, "Oh, you're practically a fixture at this place at this point. What can I do for you?"
A freaking flyer. Yeah. So, I gotta say, I noticed a ship making its way to Denova overnight, and I was wondering if there's anybody, if you know of any of the ships that docked here at that time, because it's an unusual time to travel.
He says, that's not terribly unusual for ships to travel at night. They're pretty much always going as long as their sails are open. It's a little bit more difficult to navigate at night, but many sailors use celestial navigation or compass navigation and are able to keep their bearings as long as they know roughly how far away they are. Suffice it to say, we do get ships at night sometimes or early morning. Particularly, fishermen are able to